Columbus, Georgia, this is your City Council. Mayor, Skip Henderson. City Manager, Isaiah Hughley. Pops Barnes, District 1. Glenn Davis, District 2. Bruce Huff, District 3. Evelyn Turner Pugh, Mayor Pro Tem and District 4. Charmaine Crabb, District 5. Gary Allen, District 6. Mimi Woodson, District 7. Walker Garrett, District 8. Judy Thomas, Post 9 at-large Counselor. John House, Post 10 at-large Counselor. Sandra Davis, Clerk of Council. And City Attorney Clifton Fay. Columbus, Georgia, this is your City Council.
We got a packed house. We want to welcome you to the October 8th City Council meeting. And we're going to begin this meeting as we begin all of our proceedings, and that is by asking God's grace on what we do here within the city. And I have not seen Minister Vanessa Ford. Is Ms. Ford? There she is. Welcome from Greater Mount Zion Baptist Church. We're glad to have you with us.
You're welcome. May we bow our heads. Father God, we thank you for another blessed day. We thank you for the opportunity to gather here on this morning, God, and we just come, Lord God, asking you to invade this space now, this moment, God, with your presence and with your spirit. God, give us a spirit of unity. Give us a spirit of love, oh God, as we come together to make decisions for this city. God, I thank you right now for every council person, for the mayor, oh God. I thank you for every person that they represent. We ask you now, God, to make these decisions that they are making today, ones that you will be pleased with. And Father God, we just thank you right now, God, for the anointing that will be present, Lord God, to remove burdens and destroy yokes. God, we give you glory, we give you honor, and we give you praise for this day and this time. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. And please thank your congregation for sharing you with us today. Next up, we're going to have our pledge to the flag. We've got some pretty sharp young folks. I had a chance to meet them just a second ago. These are the young people of Gear Up program. So I'm going to ask them to come up front. And the rest of you, if you would please stand while we pledge allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Very good. Here we are. We're going to ask, if you would, kind of give us your name, how old you are, where you go to school, and I need one of you to tell us a little bit about Gear Up.
Okay, so my name is Heaven Suggs, and I attend Hardaway High School. I'm in 10th grade, and
Hi, my name is Coriana Brown. I'm in 10th grade, and I attend Hardaway High School.
Hi, my name is Michaela Mosley. I attend Hardaway High School. I'm 16 years old, and I'm in the 10th grade.
My name is Jacoby Davis. I'm in the 10th grade, and I go to Hardaway High School.
My name is Tyreek Weaver. I'm in the 10th grade, and I attend Hardaway High School.
My name is Christian Curry. I'm in the 10th grade, and I attend Hardaway High School.
My name is Destiny Mays. I'm in 10th grade, and I attend Hardaway High School.
My name is Ariana Tillis. I'm a sophomore at Hardaway High School.
My name is Bradley Winstead. I'm in 10th grade, and I attend Shaw High School.
My name is Christian Ivory. I go to Hardaway. I'm in the 10th grade.
My name is Swan Lee Soto. I'm in 10th grade, and I go to Rainey McCullough School of the Arts.
My name is Jakira Early. I'm in the 10th grade, and I go to Rainey McCullough School of the Arts.
My name is Randallette Williams. I am not in the 10th grade. It's been many years ago.
but I am the Gear Up Georgia Program Coordinator based at Columbus State University, and I'm proud to present not all, we have almost 800 students here in the Muskogee County School District who are part of the program. It stands for Gaining Early Awareness and Readiness for Undergraduate Programming, so we are preparing this generation to go out and be leaders and to enroll in college and graduate, most importantly, not just enroll, but to graduate. So we thank you for your time, Mayor Henderson.
Well, outstanding, Randy Linton. Thank you for all you do. Sometimes it's good to remind ourselves that our future is not so bleak. We've got some sharp young people ready to take over this community eventually, and we're glad to have them with us. All right, first on my agenda is the minutes from the September 24th meeting. Motion and second to approve those minutes. Any edits or any discussion on them? If not, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, they're approved. Next, we've got a couple of transition audits, or a couple of audits that are requested. I'm going to ask Mr. Redmond, John Redmond, to come up and say a few words about these two audits. We need council's approval.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Mr. Manager, Mr. Attorney. This morning, I'd like to request authorization for two audits. The first being a transition audit at the Recorder's Court. We recently had a turnover in the leadership of the clerk's office there. And the second one will be a transition and compliance audit of our TIMS contractors. We had one that's outgoing and one that's incoming, and we need to make sure that they're in compliance with the requirements of that, that they have as responsibilities of that contract.
Okay. Council, you've got a request. We've got a motion from the Mayor Pro Tem, motion and a second to approve both audits. Any discussion? Councilor Thomas.
Mr. Redmond, would you remind us what the TIMS contract is?
That's the towing and recovery and storage of vehicles. Remember, several months ago we had that up.
Okay. Any further questions? If not, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, those audits are approved. Thank you, Mr. Redmond. Next up, I'm going to go to our city manager. We have before us today, and I guess Brian Solito from the Chamber and Russ Carricker from the Development Authority may want to come to the podium. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am going to present to you number 2 on my agenda, the Marriott expansion project. And let me just say to you, Mayor and Council, and to those present here today, while it's on my agenda, and I'm excited that I get to talk about this project, this project has been pushed by the mayor. He came into office and he wanted to get this project done, and the Development Authority and Chamber have worked hard to get this to the table. The president, CEO of the Columbus Convention Visitors Bureau has worked on this project. I'm going to ask Mr. Peter Boughton to come and stand with the Development Authority and Chamber representatives, and our Columbus, Georgia Convention and Trade Center, Haley Tillery, has been a key player in this. And Haley, I'm going to ask you to come and stand, because it's been something that the mayor's office has worked very hard on. His chief of staff, Richard Bishop, has worked really, really hard to bring this project to the table. And so it's been a team working together for something that's big, for something that's good for Columbus, Georgia. But we refer to it as a Marriott expansion project. And I'm going to talk for a few minutes, so just bear with me. But the Marriott expansion project is important to Columbus, Georgia. Since 2003, the city and or Development Authority, working with the CVB and Trade Center, have released 4 requests for proposals. We refer to them as RFPs, but 4 requests for proposals for a convention hotel. One in 2005, one in 2009, one in 2013, and the last one that we're dealing with today in 2018. All RFPs were sent to various local, regional, and national hotel developers, along with others in construction and architects. The latest RFP released in 2018 received one response. If the proposed MOU is approved, this project will be, no doubt, the game changer for Columbus when it comes to competing and attracting conferences and conventions and putting heads in bids. So, Mayor and Council, before I ask for your vote, I want to share an experience in our inability to compete for conferences, conventions that I've been involved in over the last 3 weeks. I also want those here and those watching by television to know some of the details about the proposed Memorandum of Understanding. But about 3 weeks ago, I was out of town and an organization interested in bringing a conference to Columbus approached me, advising that they tried to bring a 3-day conference to Columbus last year, but Columbus was not competitive in cost of conference space and could not meet the request of 150 hotel rooms at one location. Yes, sir.
Mr. City Manager, if you'll forgive me, we have a counselor, I think, that wants to make a very quick request of council. So, Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. City Manager, beg my forgiveness on this before we get too deep into your agenda, but I'd like to make it known today that I'm involved in real estate, primarily hotel development. I have various concerns surrounding this proposed matter today, and therefore I've made the decision. I think it's the right one to do that I abstain from the vote under the circumstances. So I'm going to leave the room, but I thank you, Mayor. And
thank you. Is there a motion to allow? Motion and second to allow Councilor Davis' abstention. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, Councilor. I'm sorry, Mr. Hughley, if you would.
But as I was saying, Mayor and Council, and to those here, Columbus was not competitive in cost of conference space and could not meet the request of 150 hotel rooms at one location. This organization's next conference is March 2020. They like Columbus and, again, want to consider Columbus, but are concerned that nothing has changed with our ability to be competitive. The organization is looking at 2 other locations in Georgia. They shared with me. I asked them to give me a chance to work with our local officials to compete and change their decision about coming to Columbus. Last week, I met with Haley Tillery, Director of the Trade Center, and Peter Boughton, the President of and CEO of the Convention Visitors Bureau, separately to discuss the matter. Director Tillery was able to get the cost of space at the Trade Center worked out. President CEO Boughton was able to confirm 120 of 150 rooms required at one location. Mr. Boughton has been searching for bed and breakfast facilities in close proximity to make up the difference of 30 rooms, and he's been communicating back to this organization. With 120 of 150 rooms on the table, the organization said to me, let us look at other options and consider Columbus in the future. We have a critical need that must be addressed. I submit to you that the Memorandum of Understanding on the table this morning will help address this critical need. I often use in presentations to citizens and visitors what a known reporter said about the progress we are making in Columbus. I get excited, and as much as I hate to say it because the reporter is in the room, but I get excited every time I read this story. The reporter is former Ledger Enquirer reporter and now WRBL News reporter Chuck Williams, who happens to be sitting here on the front row. But breaking news from the Ledger Enquirer on September 15, 2016, written by Chuck Williams, says an upscale Marriott property is being planned for downtown Columbus. Ram Hotel's President Rinkesh Patel said on Wednesday. The Ledger Enquirer reported that a 106-room high-end Marriott brand hotel will be located in the 1200 block of Broadway. The AC Hotel is being planned by Columbus-based Ram Hotels. And it is the second hotel announcement for the 1200 block of Broadway this year. The Columbus-based Pizzo companies are planning a Hampton Inn on the same side of the street, just across from the new Columbus State University College of Education and Health Sciences. If 20 years ago, this reporter said, you could have envisioned 2 hotels in the 1200 block of Broadway, you are way smarter than I am. And I went past that block every single day. I didn't see it. If you actually thought that there would be a whitewater course in the Chattahoochee River, you're probably a dreamer, because that's all it was, a dream. What is happening downtown, he said, is starting to happen quickly. It is a 20-year overnight success story. A new restaurant here, a new restaurant there, a hotel here, a hotel there, a river center here, a Columbus State campus there. He said, it all begins to add up. So Mayor and Council, there is momentum in Columbus, and it is beginning to add up. In the words of our mayor, who was quoted recently, this is big news. It is a game changer, the mayor said, in my estimation. I don't think we will fully understand the change it will make in Columbus for many, many years, Henderson said. When you figure out we are able to accommodate almost 700 rooms in the downtown area, the options are almost limitless. I could not agree more with Mayor Henderson's statement. The Pizzo companies are building an 88-room Hampton Inn in the intersection of Broadway and 12th Street, just 3 blocks north of the Marriott. Ram Hotels has a 100-room plus AC by Marriott under construction in the middle of the 1200 block of Broadway. The W.C. Bradley Company has come forward with plans to build a riverfront new hotel just across from the Thesis parking deck along 14th Street. Mayor and Council, your vote today can change the future of Columbus and Uptown. I'm requesting approval to execute an MOU for expansion of the Marriott Hotel. This proposed MOU is between the Development Authority of Columbus, the CCG and Family Holdings Sub LLC, the developer. The Marriott Hotel currently has 177 rooms. The developer will construct an expansion attached to the existing Marriott, added 90 plus, but at least 88 new rooms. This will bring the total number of rooms to at least 267. The developer will renovate the existing 177 guest rooms and the common areas to bring them to the same level as a newly constructed addition of 90 plus, but at least 88 rooms. With your approval, the developer will develop and construct a covered sky bridge connector that will extend from the Marriott Hotel to the Trade Center. Once constructed, the sky bridge connector will be owned and maintained by the city. The developer will maintain its brand as a full-service Marriott hotel, for at least 20 years. The developer shall enter into a room block agreement which allows the Trade Center to block rooms for a convention at both the Marriott Hotel and the proposed hotel at 1201 Broadway. The room block agreement will be in effect when there is a group that needs 250 plus rooms. Project plans are to be completed within 6 months of executing the development and funding agreement, with construction beginning within 12 months of the agreement. Project completion, opening, is expected within 24 months of signing the agreement. So here are the numbers. City and/or the Development Authority, $2.3 million as follows. $1.3 million from Economic Development Fund, from the Economic Development Fund that the mayor and council set aside annually for economic development, $2.3 million. And $1 million from the Friends of Columbus Fund, which are private sector dollars supporting the Trade Center and Civic Center. The $1 million will be used to construct the Sky Bridge connector that will be owned and maintained by the city. The authority will issue revenue bonds through its normal procedures, and in connection therewith, the city will provide ad valorem property tax abatement as follows. Real property at 50% for 10 years. Personal property at 50% for 5 years, both beginning the year after the bonds are issued. Tax abatement is estimated at $1.6 million. In summary, if you add it all up, total incentives from the city and/or Development Authority will be $3.9 million. $2.3 million cash, $1.3 million from Economic Development Fund that the mayor and council again set aside annually for economic development, and $1 million from the Friends of Columbus Fund, plus $1.6 million tax abatements, plus the value of the land and opportunity to lease the parking spaces in the parking deck at market rate. All incentives mentioned will be last in funding. The developer's investment, estimated project value, more than $15 million. And then again, there's $1 million for the Sky Bridge connector. Total investment, more than $16 million. And so I will close with a quote from Chamber of Commerce VP of Economic Development, Brian Solito, who was heavily involved, along with Russ Carrica, the Development Authority, in working out the details of the proposed deal. Here's a quote from Brian Solito. "I've said it all along. This is a game changer," Solito said. "It's 265 rooms across the street from the Trade Center, connected access. It means more people coming to Columbus. It means more conventions, and it means more of a steady flow of activity in the uptown area." And so, Mayor and Council, I request your approval of the MOU for the Marriott Hotel expansion.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Councilor Huff.
Good morning. I want to let you know I am on board. Love the project, love everything about it. But I have to recuse myself because my son is a recent employee of that group. So I wish you all well and hope to see it all go into contracting phase and building phase.
Is there a motion to recuse, Councilor Huff?
Second.
Motion and a second made. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, you are recused. Councilor Crabb?
I have some questions.
Sure.
About parking. Parking is a concern of mine. And
Well, first, you say the parking, that we're giving parking at the going rate in the River Center parking lot? Is that what you stated?
Well, we will lease parking to the entity at market rate.
And what is market rate? Because
Well-
it's a free parking structure.
Well, we will determine the market rate for a lease. It's no different than what the market rate for leasing a building would be. Though it's free to the citizens, at least 125 spaces on the table that would be leased to the entity at market rate.
125 spaces?
Yes.
How many spaces are currently in that lot that the motel will be built on?
In the city's parking,
Yes, on that piece of property where the expansion is going to,
I don't know the exact number. I don't know if someone else knows, but I can tell you in our parking structure, we have more than 700 parking spaces.
Yeah, I think the number is 226.
Yeah.
226
Some of which
parking
will be
spaces.
absorbed by the building, not all, but some will be. Some number will be absorbed when the building is built, obviously. You have to build on
Right.
some of them. All of them will not be. So there'll be some of that 226 will remain. They got to move the pool, do all that kind of stuff. So there's a whole redesign of that parking area. But I would say there's the River Center space, parking deck space. There's space at the Trade Center, and Haley can speak to that if we wanted to. But when we have people that are staying in the Marriott and utilizing the convention, that there will certainly be spaces there. That space is rarely used to its maximum. So you could probably put, and Haley and I talked about, certainly could put 100 people who are staying at the Marriott, whether they use the valet service or whether they wanted to self-park, they could set aside parking during conventions inside the Trade Center as well. The other thing, if the thing does so well that parking becomes a problem, there's plenty of places you can build parking space, whether it's adding on to the parking deck at the Trade Center or finding other spaces. There's plenty of ways to go up with parking if it's that valuable.
Well, and if we have a parking problem, that's a good problem.
Right. Yeah, we'll.
I personally would like to see us be proactive and consider parking prior to it becoming a problem. And I feel like there is already a parking issue down in that area to begin with. We've had a report from our city auditor about parking in the uptown area, and he brought up some suggestions, some recommendations that we'll look into. But we're taking away some parking area, and then there's nothing in this MOU that says that we're putting any back. And I have a problem with that. And I'd like to see an amendment to where at least he has to put in some parking along with this improvement to preempt a future issue.
Well, and Mr. Mayor, if I may, the parking problem that the auditor talked about is a problem on Broadway. We don't have a parking problem or for lack of parking space available. People who circle Broadway, I go down and I circle Broadway, and there's not a parking space available, and I'll circle it 3 or 4 times before I make my final decision to go to the parking garage. And when I go to the parking garage, there's parking everywhere. And so I submit to you that we have a problem where people don't want to walk. That's what we have.
There are some people that cannot walk. So, I mean, even if we did something on this to address handicap parking, as part of this project.
And I think, Councilor Crabb, even if you approve this, there are still a couple of other hurdles, and one of those involves coming up with a parking plan. Now, there are a lot of people who, I'll stop short of calling them experts, but these are people who deal with that issue every single day with regards to parking, from the Convention Visitors Bureau, from the Trade Center, and even the consultant who his business is evaluating contracts for conference hotels that work along with the Development Authority. So I understand your concern. I really do think that there is more than ample parking now. It just has to be kind of cobbled together.
Are you telling me that if we vote for this, then there's the next step during the development? We don't know how the hotel is going to look now, and that he could be adding some parking to his design?
No, I'm not going to tell you he could be adding some parking. I will tell you, matter of fact, that I don't think it's a good idea to try to pass an addendum now that they've gotten this agreement put together, and then try to tell him, say, we want you to add parking. There's been a lot of discussion, I know, between, and I don't want to get too deep into the Development Authority's backyard here, but I know that there were discussions about, because there is money that was set aside in a bond issue back in, I think, 2003.
That's right.
It's almost $5.5 million to help with a parking structure that will support the uptown area and the trade center. That's not being used. It was not put into this project. So that money is still available. In the last contract, or the last proposal that was submitted, if I'm not mistaken, the city offered to build a parking structure and give that parking to an individual who would build a hotel on that site. So I think that, and I don't want to minimize it, because in parking, it's a good problem to have. It's a staple of a bustling downtown area in any community. But I think that is the most solvable issue we face with regards to adding rooms down there and putting more people there.
Let me add, I mean, we're talking about 267 rooms, so, and I'm not in the hotel business, but maximum, if everybody drove a car to the hotel and every room was full, you need 267 spaces, perhaps. If you got 125 that we're committing in the River Center parking deck, we've got 100 that we're committing in the Trade Center parking deck. That's 225. You've got 220-something in the existing parking lot, some of which, maybe half of which might be absorbed. But so you've still got probably 100 there. And you've still got, just to the north of the Marriott today, you've probably got another 60. And then you've got street parking along 10th. So there's probably, I mean, that's just off the top of my head. This is one of the reasons I've not considered parking to be a real big issue. I can count 400 available parking spots that we could, most of which you could say are only for use by people that are using that hotel. And so I don't know, you know, I don't see.
The close proximity to the historic district, and we get
But those
people
people
from the
can't park
historic
in those
district.
spaces. They can park in the River Center parking deck if they want to, but they're not doing that today. It's 80% empty on average, the parking deck at the River Center today is the number I've been told. That's third party, so it's not my number. But, so I do appreciate the question, but I don't see personally that there's a huge parking issue in that neighborhood for the people that are staying at the hotel, and the parking spaces that could be basically reserved for hotel attendees.
Okay.
And Mayor, we'll certainly take a close look and continue to monitor any parking concerns, but I believe I do believe, Councilor Crabb, we are fine with parking with the expansion that we're talking about doing. And the mayor made the point, we have the 2003B bond series, and we have $4.4 million sitting there for the specific purpose of creating parking spaces to support the hotel, a hotel, and we're not using that money.
Okay. One other area of concern was the tax abatement, and I'd like us to discuss that a little bit more. Can you break down the real and the personal property? And I want clarification that the personal property and the real property is for the expansion only and not for the current hotel.
The personal property does include the renovation expenses of the existing hotel. It does not include the real property that is the hotel as it sits today. In fact, that will be coming off, I think, in 2022. Is that right? So the real property will be the expansion. The personal property will include the furniture and fixtures in the new property and what is utilized to renovate the existing hotel.
And how long is the abatement for the personal property?
5 years, 50%, 5 years.
Okay, I just want to be really clear that I don't, and I've said this before from when we talked earlier, and I think you guys have cleaned up most of it. I just don't want the multiple properties by this developer. I don't want us to muddy the water with, you know, other pieces of property that they own and this one. We got to keep it clean.
I don't disagree with that at all.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Councilor, Mayor Pro Tem Pugh. Councilor Barnes.
This is a no-brainer. This is huge with a capital H for Columbus. And I agree with you. They say confession is good for the soul, so we might as well have a little bit of church here. I've done the same thing, drive around downtown, when we had plenty of free parking. And in fact, you and I were at 2 different conferences in Savannah. You and I were parked at the same garage, and we had to walk in different directions to get to our. So you're right, Columbus doesn't have. I think that we've just gotten a little bit spoiled, and we don't like walking. But, and I do understand your concerns, but to be perfectly honest with you, Columbus doesn't have a parking problem. I mean, we have plenty of parking. In fact, I got the list from, I think Chiasha sent me something about 3 weeks ago because someone had a concern, and I forwarded Chiasha's email to me, to that person, to let them know where the free parking was at. So I just wanted to make, but this right here is huge with a capital H, and for anyone who's had to go to conferences anywhere else, you know that we are losing a lot of money, and this year is a huge game changer for Columbus.
Thanks, sir. Councilor Woodson.
Yes, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. As the district representative, I'm very excited about the project, but I also have a couple of questions. When we're talking about the parking spaces that are going to be reserved, 120 parking spaces, which people that were going to be visiting is going to pay for, do you know how we're going to separate that? Because we have free parking in Columbus, and if you're reserving 120 spaces for the hotel to go ahead and have people pay for, how are you going to tell the difference of our community and those visiting, so that when they get there, they don't end up paying parking?
Well, I think one thing that will make it easier to do, I think it'd be very simple to put a sign on it just like you do when you go down to the Synovus deck and there's reserved for Synovus, reserved for Page Scranton. You'd have reserved for Marriott,
But I can be a guest and all the parking lots be full, and I can just go ahead and just park.
I would think they would give them hang tags or something to park your car.
Let me just say, we will place signs up, and we can number the spaces. And as Marriott assign those spaces, they're going to have valet parking and so forth.
So there's not going to be someone there saying anything. It's going to be open like it is today.
Well, it can be open. Excuse me. We have parking enforcement people, and they go park out there, and even in our garage here, within minutes, you're going to get cited. So I envision we're going to put signs up, and we're going to number the spaces, and they are going to be able to know what spaces they place people in. And if they get there and someone's in their space and they don't belong to that hotel, we are going to cite them.
Okay, I guess I expressed my concern. What I'm concerned about is someone's going to be in the booth right there when people come in and out of the parking lot.
No.
Yes or no?
No.
That's all I needed to know, because I didn't want somebody to be sitting there working, and a citizen comes and gets charged. That's what I was asking about.
No, that's...
Not about, I know the signage because I use our
Yeah.
parking lots. I don't go and park in the city. I think our parking lots are safe. I go to them all the time by myself at all hours of the night, and I walk it.
No.
I don't have a problem with that, but I want to make sure, because when you're saying you're renting out 120 spaces, the first thing that came to my mind is someone's going to be sitting there, you know, charging or watching or checking or so forth. So that is my question, and I apologize if I didn't phrase it correctly, but that is my concern. I don't want to see an attendant there at any time for any event, because then how do we know the citizen's not going to be charged for parking?
Yeah, but yeah, just for clarification, there will not be an attendant there. And parking spaces leased to the Marriott that they pay for will be, there will be signage or numbered spaces. And there will be a method of giving them something when they check into the hotel, that your parking space is number 90. And when they go over there, they're going to go to the Marriott parking space number 90. And if they get over there and someone's in that space, then they got to report it back to the desk. The desk is going to notify. We don't have the system yet, but I can imagine they're going to notify us. And we're going to cite them, because Metro's parking management enforce the parking garage. Right now, they have spaces down there that says city vehicles. It's where they park their vehicles, the pool vehicles. If you park your vehicle there, you are going to get, when you get back, you'll have a ticket on it. So they have a system that works.
I'm not concerned about that. And my question was answered immediately once I rephrased it. My only concern is I don't want to see an attendant sitting there, because I do not want to see our citizens be charged for something that we said was free to them.
We'll make
That's
sure,
all.
we'll make certain that there's no chance of any citizen not staying in the Marriott being charged.
Or even just, you know, parking in the Ironworks parking lot. I mean, that's my concern there. That's what the basic of the question was. Can you explain a little bit more about the personal abatement? Tax abatement, just a little bit more,
So
because
that
it said
is-
50%
that
in
is-
5 years. Can you put it in?
Yeah, so you get taxed, obviously, on construction on buildings, right? So that's the real property. Personal property will be the furniture and fixtures that go into the facility. So if they spend, I don't know, if they spend $4 million on beds and mattresses and TVs and carpets and all that kind of thing, then that will be abated. 50% value, so if they put, for example, $4 million of furniture and fixtures in, their assessed value would be $2 million instead, would be 50% of that $4 million for the first 5 years of they're paying the taxes on it.
Okay. Which they will not pay taxes on.
They won't, yeah, they will pay on $2 million, they won't
Okay.
pay on the other 50%.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Is that
Thank you, ma'am.
fairly accurate?
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Thomas?
Two things. One is, Mr. City Manager, as I understand it, all of the parking in the River Center parking garage is at no charge. So it won't make any difference if you're parked in a spot that says reserved for the Marriott, or if you're parked somewhere else. You're not going to be charged for the parking. The only reason I would assume that we would block off places for the Marriott is, as you said, because they're going to do valet parking and they just need a spot to do it. But nobody will be charged for parking in the parking garage. Is that a true statement?
That is correct when you say nobody. And the reason we intend to lease parking spaces to the Marriott at market rate is that, you know, the Marriott could decide we're going to valet park for $20, and they're making money. Well, we want to get paid.
Well, it doesn't matter to us about that if they're paying us to lease the parking place.
Yeah, but if they are paying us market rate for the 125, then we want to reserve them for them.
Right.
And so when they charge someone to valet park their car, we've gotten our money.
Right.
So that's why.
One of the other things that I wanted to say, in a former life, I was a conference designer. I planned conferences, statewide conferences in the state of California for about 15 years. And if what you're describing to me was available for a conference that I was planning, I'd snap it up in a minute. It's convenient, it's inexpensive, it's in a place where if I want to go back to my hotel room after the meeting and vegetate, I can. If I want to go downtown and, not that I would want to do this, but if I wanted to go down and, you know, have a drink and whatever, those kinds of things. And I think one of the things that we may see too, we currently have a lot of activity on Broadway with Uptown. And this may just incite them to do some other kinds of things on Broadway for visitors who are coming to the city. I think it's a terrific, it's going to be a terrific venue, and I expect that it will be full. I also expect that some of these other hotels that are a little further off, if their customers complain too much about walking this 3 or 4 blocks, they'll figure out a way to get them down there in a golf cart or a van or a trolley, and I think it'll be, as someone said, it's a game changer for Columbus and for the convention business in Columbus. I think that one of the things that I didn't hear the city manager say was, once we provide some of these financial incentives, what our return on the dollar will be. But I think we will experience a good return on our dollar when all of this is up and running. And I'm anxious for it to get up and running. We've only been doing this for what, 20 years? Let's get it done. I'm sort of like Mayor Pro Tem and Forest Road. I hope it's finished in my lifetime. So I appreciate the work that the Chamber and the Development Authority and the CVB and the Trade Center have pulled together. This is another example of how we do business in Columbus, and we pull together and do what needs to be done to make it work. So thanks for your work, and I know it's not, you all sometimes feel like nobody cares, but we do, and we do appreciate it, and we appreciate what you're doing. And Mr. City Manager, your folks that were involved in this also. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, there's no further lights on, so there being no other discussion, Bruce, can we cue this? Councilors, if you would, please register your votes. And it passes. All right, great. I would love to give a chance to speak to, if you'll indulge me just for another few minutes, to Ms. Tillery, Mr. Bowden, and Mr. Salino. In no particular order, y'all come up. I'd just love to hear you give a few comments on what this means for your particular piece of the world.
Absolutely. First, thank you so much for believing in this cause. The key word you keep hearing is game changer, and it's not being overused because it truly will be a game changer. I'm constantly, my team and I are having to turn down business almost on a weekly basis now. Clients come and fall in love with our town. They fall in love with the venue because of the uniqueness, the history behind it. how convenient everything is within walking distance, but there's not enough beds for heads. And I'm so tired of having that reason because I know it's something that we can fix. The city of Columbus is so special, and knowing now that we can start this infrastructure in our downtown community, it's going to change our form of business. The convention center had a vision back in 2004 with the major renovation that took place that we would have a convention hotel. We would have something that would connect our citizens and our attendees to be able to have a great place to come have an event, but also be able to walk to a hotel that was connected. And that vision needs to become reality. So I'm excited. The numbers, we have them. They've been forecasted. You talked about revenue. This will be a change for our infrastructure having this. It's going to change our form of business to where we can truly be competitive. We're constantly losing business in some of our competitive markets statewide, but there's also many organizations that would come nationally if we had enough beds to support them. So this is step one of a vision that was made back in 2004, which I know will continue to grow and be only stage one to what's for the future with Columbus. And I'm excited. As the director of the Trade Center, our team is excited because we know what this change can bring and we're ready for it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Haley. Mr. Bowden?
Good morning. Thank you again for your confidence in us. And this truly is a great example of a public-private partnership. We talked about this when the initial RFP was issued some years ago, 2004, that when the city invested in the Trade Center, we didn't finish that project with that expansion because the convention hotel never came online. So this, in essence, allows us to finish that project. In other words, it puts that exclamation point on the investment that the city made years ago in the expansion of the Trade Center. It certainly allows our team to begin that prospecting process. To give you an example, using some of the examples that the city manager and I have talked about, is that in 1999 and in 2006, we hosted the Governor's Conference on Tourism in Columbus. Columbus today is no longer large enough to meet that RFP to host that conference because of not having that infrastructure connected to the Trade Center. Your vote today allows us to get back in that game. It allows us to compete against cities like Augusta and Macon, Athens, and so forth. It allows us to reach way beyond just the state of Georgia in bringing larger conventions. It allows us to push that number to 500 to 1,000 plus attendees that will create a significant economic impact for the city. I know my team has been talking about it internally for many months. We actually have a call scheduled later this week to talk about this investment that the city has secured today to allow us to begin visioning how we can bring that new business to Columbus. So we're super excited about that and certainly appreciate your confidence in the team between the Convention Center and the CVB as far as bringing new business to Columbus. This is an amazing day.
Thank you. Thank you. Brian, Russ, you want to come up too? I mean, you may have some comments from the Development Authority side.
Well, not to belabor the point, but just to let you all know, Mr. Mayor and members of council, that pursuing special and unique opportunities as part of Columbus 2025, it came out of the Regional Prosperity Initiative. And it was recognized that we were woefully inadequate with rooms adjacent to the Trade Center to be able to attract larger conventions. And we are very bullish on Peter and his team at the CVB and Haley and her team at the Trade Center. And we can't wait for this construction to begin and have truly a first-class venue in Columbus that can really compete on the southeastern landscape. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you, sir. Russ, anything?
I mean, I won't belabor the point, but I think I did hear it say one way was what did I say? Sorry. But anyway, the point was made to me early on in this process that we've got this world-class trade center that is underutilized because we don't have simple things like hotel rooms. So that's a simple problem we're trying to fix. I think it makes a lot of sense, and I just appreciate y'all's confidence in going along with it, and hopefully we see it coming out of the ground soon.
Well, thank you for all your work on it with the Development Authority. Councilor Barnes?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank Russ and Peter, Haley, and and the mayor But let me say one thing, city manager. I always tease the city manager because I know the city manager runs every morning religiously, Monday through Friday, and he walks on Saturday. And I keep saying to him, I say, you know, Mr. City Manager, I don't see any of that gray, and it's not Grecian formula. So I said, it must be the fact that you're out running and doing stuff every morning. What a lot of y'all may not know, the city manager, he manages the city. And a lot of you, I know, don't know all that was involved in having some of this, having this game changer happen. It's positive, but there was also a lot of discussion negative. And we call it in the military, when we're under attack, we call anyone in the military, know when we say incoming, you start to hunker down somewhere. Well, it must be that running because there was a lot of incoming coming in about this here, but this is a game changer. You have to be forward thinking. You can't look at the trees to obscure your vision to the next level, and we're headed to the next level with something like this here. And I just wanted to take the time. I thank everyone. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You're coming on board, but the city manager has been wrestling with this bear for quite some time. And so, Isaiah, thank you for looking forward. This is a game changer, and it's going to be huge with a capital H for Columbus.
Thank you. Well, I will belabor the point. I just want to say thank you to this council for making the decision that you made today. It is significant. When I think of Columbus and people captured in a picture, they typically show that shot looking northward up the river, right along, so you see Phoenix City and Columbus. I think this is going to be another iconic photograph. I think when that true conference hotel gets completed and connected by a sky bridge, that is going to change the facade, it's going to change the impression, it's going to change the attitude of people when they look at this community. So I think it's good. I know we started talking about this before I even took office, and so to see it come to fruition is a pretty neat deal. All right, next up we've got another announcement I think we're going to make, not nearly as joyful, but we want to start first. I know Mike King has a video. I'm going to ask Mike to cue that up and go ahead and run it.
For the past 30 years, Columbus, Georgia has experienced a tremendous growth in population and city amenities, marveled by small cities all over this great nation. This growth was cultivated and nurtured by hard work, wonderful citizens, and great leadership. We would like to take this time to acknowledge and honor one of Columbus, Georgia's great city leaders. In 1988, Columbus District 4 elected Evelyn Turner Pugh to serve as their city councilor.
I think it's very important that all citizens, regardless of economic status, regardless of age, regardless of race or sex, that they feel like they're part of the vision that we have for the city and that they're willing to work toward that vision with us.
Evelyn was sworn in on January the 10th, 1989, and for 30 years, 5 mayors and 7 re-elections, Councilor Turner Pugh has served her district, the city, and the state with great pride, dignity, and a lot of hard work. Along with spearheading expansions and growth within her district, Evelyn has always been on the front line for city employees, pay increases, pension plans, the best insurance coverage at the most reasonable cost, and city amenities such as the revitalization of Uptown and Midtown Columbus, the construction of the Columbus Civic Center, and the River Center of Fine Arts, along with more parks, 5 recreation supercenters, the new Citizen Service Center, the Aquatic Center, widening of roads and restructuring of bridges, and miles of walking trails throughout this great city. If that's not enough, from 2002 through 2006, Evelyn Turner Pugh was elected as chairperson of the Columbus Consolidated Government's Budget Review Committee that oversaw and passed operating budgets totaling up to $200 million. In 2005, Councilor Turner Pugh was elected by her fellow councilors to serve as Mayor Pro Tem, a position she's held proudly to this day. As for the state of Georgia, in 1995, she was appointed by Governor Zell Miller to serve on the University of Georgia's Carl Vinson Institute of Government Advisory Committee. In 1995, Turner Pugh was appointed vice chairperson of the National League of Cities Public Safety and Crime Prevention Steering Committee. In 1996, she was appointed chairperson of the same committee. In 1998, she was appointed to the Georgia Municipal Association Executive Board, a position she currently serves on. In 1999, Evelyn Turner Pugh was elected president of the Georgia Municipal Association, a post she held for 2 years. In 1998, she was elected to the National League Board of Directors. In the year 2000, she was appointed to the National League of Cities Advisory Board, another position she is still associated with. In 2001, Councilperson Turner Pugh helped lead the charge to create the Youth Advisory Council for school-age students in Muskogee County. It will take all day to mention Mayor Pro Tem Turner Pugh's accomplishments, but as you look around Columbus, you will see her handprint all over the city. Now, as the sun begins to set on her career in city government, we can take a sigh of relief to know she was here. The city of Columbus and the state of Georgia is much better because she cared. So, for your hard work and tireless dedication, we say thank you and farewell. We couldn't have done it without you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mayor Pro Tem Evelyn Pugh.
I'm going to try to speak in the mic because I have so many people tell me they can't hear what I'm saying. It's with mixed emotions that I say what I'm saying this morning. But effective October 31st, I will be retiring from City Council. Due to some recent health challenges, it's time. And you know, God gives us sense to know when it's time. He lets us know when it's time. And I'm going to have the sense to listen to him this time. Because there's so many things I want to do that I have not done because I was committed to being here on a Tuesday morning or Tuesday night. But I have some young people in my life that I need to be where they are, to see them run their track races, to see them participate in the homecoming events. Because when you don't see it, you miss out on it, you can't go back and capture it. Pictures are okay. But for not to be there is much better. And they're more important to me right now in these next 30 years than anything else. First, I want to thank God for allowing me to serve the citizens of Columbus, District 4, which was originally District 2, but also the whole city as Mayor Pro Tem and as budget chair. And even though you have your constituency, it's hard to legislate just a piece of the pie without legislating the whole pie, because each piece affects the other piece. My family, if any of my family members are here, I see my baby got here. If you would stand, family members, there's my sister Shirley, Rodney, and Janella Pendleton is really my family member too. And Billy Newell. We have some people who are no longer with us. I want to thank them too, but first I want to thank the religious leaders who are out here today. And if the religious leaders would please stand. And I have to say, special thanks to my pastor, Valerie Allen Thompson. We have some business leaders in the house. If you'll stand. And some political leaders. First, those on a congressional level. State level. And local level. I especially want to thank the mayor and the council members for your support. I know I can be difficult sometimes. Because when I have a strong belief about something, it takes a lot for you to convince me otherwise. And sometimes I'm the only one out in that boat. But that's okay. Because when I go back and tell my constituents why I voted like I did, I can explain it. And it's not because somebody told me to do it. I want to thank George Ford, even though he's no longer with us. George and Bob Wright really got me started in politics along with my uncle James C. Johnson. When Bob ran for city council, I got to work on his campaign, and I worked out at the funeral home. And George heard me talking on the telephone. He said, "You talk like you got some sense. You need to come work with me." And that started a friendship that still exists till today. Sanford Bishop at the time was a state rep. Calvin Smyre, Bennett and Linda Parker, Ronzel Buckner, Gladys and Paul Ford, Delmar Edwards, Glenda Millsap Boynton, Willie King. With a class of 68 from Carver High School, please stand. We have been very close friends all these years, and we do something with each other quite often. I just want to say thank you, classmates. Sherlyn and Philip Wolf, Juanita Davis. Juanita, stand up. Anita was my Spanish teacher 2 years in high school, and she was my cheerleading instructor for 4 years. So I am what I am, and she had a lot to do with it. I don't think Miss Wright is here. Medicaid Wright. Viola Hines, Lynette Carter, the Cooks, Cook family, Hadleys, Toya Tucker, Nathan and Charlene Suber. Nathan and I knew each other in high school. I was a cheerleader at Carver, and he played ball at South Gerard. And then he was my Sunday school teacher. T. Harris, Divine Nine. If you're part of Divine Nine, please stand. Especially I have to acknowledge my soror, my sisters in my chapter, Columbus Alumni Chapter. Because whenever somebody comes around this podium for a presentation, I always tell the mayor, that's my soror. Reverend J.H. Flakes Jr. and his family, and the family at 4th Street Baptist Church, where I used to be in the choir, trying to sing. Kathy Williams. I remember when Kathy and Chuck started talking on the inner city visit. That's all I'm gonna say. Bill Turner and the W.C. Bradley family. Steve Butler. Butler and Wooten, law firm Matt Swift. More than anything, Revelations Missionary Baptist Church. Will you please stand? And I know they get tired of me sometimes. They say they don't, but I know they do. But you all have all been so supportive of me working this city. And there are not enough thank yous that I could give you. But just like you gave me support, I want you to give whoever comes and takes a seat support. Like you call me and bless me out, call them and bless them out. And I ask all the department heads to stand for this city. I have a favorite, and it's Donna. Because whenever I needed something, some encouragement, Donna was always there. And working for 30 years, Forest Road, which we will have a ribbon cutting on Forest Road soon. I just want to say thank you for hanging in there. People think things happen overnight. They don't. And Forest Road, I told the staff, I just want y'all to get Forest Road done before I die, please. And so, to the department heads, stay as sweet as you are. And the citizens really appreciate what you do. I know sometimes it seems like they don't appreciate you. They really do. I just wish pay-wise we could do more for you. And I'm hoping that whoever comes along continues that fight of trying to get more pay for our employees. Because you are deserving of it. And with that, I say October 31st is right around the corner. I still will be working until October 31st. And, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to nominate my replacement for the rest of my term in the person of Valerie A. Thompson. I would also say, in keeping with previous appointments to fill a term, That person has agreed not to run for office. She has no desire to run for the seat. So,
Okay, there is a motion that Valerie Thompson, it was a motion made by the Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll second it.
And we have a second. Is there any discussion to the motion? Yes, she is here today. Any discussion? All right, there, is this to the Mr. City Attorney?
No, it's fine if you go ahead and vote effective November 1. We'll just have to get something to the clerk in writing before the November meeting. That's fine.
Okay. All right, so we're in order then, being able to do that. I figured we were. I didn't think our Mayor Pro Tem would do anything that she hadn't already checked out. All right, we have a motion and a second. Mr. Huff, is this to the motion? No. Mr. Allen? To the motion?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Well, there being no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ms. Thompson will be the successor. You want to come up and say, I guess the first question is, are you sure you know what you're doing?
Good morning.
Good morning.
To Mayor Henderson, to Mayor Pro Tem Evelyn Pugh, to our city manager, Isaiah Hughley, to the council members. No, I don't know what I'm doing. Amen. Amen. But I was asked, and I had to talk with my husband. I went and talked with my dad, and they kind of pushed me and said that would be a good thing to do. So I do want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Evelyn Pugh for trusting me to be the council person for District 4. I was raised in District 4. I went to school in District 4. My church is in District 4. On Saturday, we actually rode through District 4, so I would know what was on my plate. I want to say that my prayer is that I will be able to fill the shoes that I call a Sister Pugh, that Mrs. Pugh has laid before me, and those shoes are stilettos. So I have to go a little bit higher. Amen. 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 We're not in church, but amen. That's who I am. That's who I am, all right? But I do want to say that I'm grateful, I'm thankful, and my prayer is that I will be able to, that I will work with the city council, and that I will be calling you because there are some questions. I told Mrs. Pugh that I was going to get a cart and put it out at her house where she's living so she can be in my ear. But my prayer is that I will be able to serve in excellence and integrity, and that District 4 and the city of Columbus will be a much better place because she chose me. Thank you so much.
Ms. Thompson, you're correct, you've got big shoes to fill. But knowing you as I do and knowing your family, I think District 4 is going to continue to be in good hands. And while I've got the mic, we've got a number of counselors, but that's one of the privileges of sitting here, I guess. I just want to make a very brief comment. I can't tell you how much I appreciate this woman, what she has meant to me, professionally and personally. She and I sat, when I first came on council, she and I sat next to each other. I only half jokingly say I still have the scars on my shins where she would correct me from time to time. And now she's back doing it again. So what good I'm able to do for this city, I think a lot of that falls at her feet. The bad stuff I'll claim. But we're going to miss Mayor Pro Tem Pugh. She's a special woman, and I know she's going to have a long time of answering her phone when I call. So, Councilor Allen.
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. When I first started on council, I think Mayor Pro Tem was 4 years ahead of me, and then I joined, and I was rough around the edges. I mean, I was really trying to do some things that I had a large learning curve. And I know her family and many of her friends have received that look from Evelyn from time to time. And she gave that look to me quite often, and it helped round the edges and make me a better counselor. And I'm going to miss Evelyn. And my mother said, you know, when you meet people in your life, you're going to pick up some good qualities. Make sure you pick up the good qualities, but you're going to learn something from them. And I want everybody to know that I have learned so much from Evelyn, and I'm going to miss her, and I think this council is going to miss her more than she's going to miss us. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Councilor Huff?
Mayor Pro Tem, for the public to know, I'm in my third term now, so I'm in year 9. And when I came on board in 2011, the first major conversation that the Mayor Pro Tem and I had was study your materials and pay attention. You'll know when to ask questions if you study your material and listen to the conversation. So my father and my parents taught me to sit and listen, be patient. It took 45 years of my life to get there, but I finally made it. And the biggest discussion of all after we finished that was, as you well know now, we're getting ready to do an interchange at 185 Old Casita Road, Mount Pilgrim Church. Excuse me. The conversation came up in 2011 before we started working on passing the penny sales tax. And the Mayor Pro Tem let me know verbally out loud in the meeting, if you want to stay elected, do not fool with that subject matter. She said it's been tried before and they will run you out of town. So I took her advice and I sat back and I did my homework and we went out to pass the penny, which you, the voters, voted on. So it became a lot easier to work with because the people wanted it. So I thank you for your advice. I thank you for your time to just think about me. You've picked up the phone. You've called me on certain issues to ask my opinion. You called me to ask me if there was anything that you could help me with. And I needed you more than you needed me. So I appreciate everything that you've done. Good luck to you. The phone's always open. Call me if you need me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Garrett?
Mayor Pro Tem, I think I have a unique perspective here because I can say that you have been a servant leader for this council since I was born. I was born in 1984 when you were elected. And I want to tell you, I've seen the upward trajectory this city has taken in Uptown and Midtown where I grew up, and it's been amazing. And I know you've been at the forefront of that. You've been at the forefront of so many of those great projects. You've been consistent, I've noticed, in your voting. You're always committed to bettering the lives of the citizens and our employees through every action that you take, and I respect that, and I admire you, and I want to emulate that. It's been an honor to serve with you, and I'm so glad I got to serve with you on the council.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Woodson?
Well, I'm going to try to keep my emotions in place. Evelyn's very special to me because when I got elected, I only had lived in the city 2 years. I really didn't know much, and Evelyn took me under her wings, and she helped me to become the woman that I am today with some other individuals that are in the audience that they know who they are, but this is Evelyn's moment. Evelyn's very special to me. She's just not a colleague. She's a big sister to me. Her and I have been through lots of things, up and down, scares. When you say I've been in the lion's pit, we've been in the lion pit together, and we've helped each other come out of that pit and be victorious. I will miss Evelyn around this table, but I know our friendship will continue as long as God allows us to be friends. I remember when I got here, Evelyn said, follow me. You're going to GMA. You're going to NLC. You're going here. You're going there. And everywhere Evelyn said go, I was going. I watched every step, and I learned from her. Trust me, it wasn't easy sometimes, because I would get some scoldings. I would say, Lord have mercy, is my mama talking to me? But then I also got a lot of good loving from her. And you can't have a better coworker and a better friend than Evelyn. And what's funny too is when I got elected, she said to me, what are we gonna do? Your name's Evelyn and my name is Evelyn. They'll get confused. And I said, no, they're not, because I like to go by Mimi. And when people will find out our names were Evelyn and Evelyn, they would laugh and say, you're joking. I said, no, our names are the same. And I believe it's for a reason. I believe that God named me after a wonderful woman. And it was all made in the structure of our life and our path. Because who would I know that the person that will be mentoring me, the person that will make me the woman I am today, will carry the same name? To me, that is amazing. And to me, that is very unique. Why many don't know, Evelyn is such, well, you do know, but if you really know her heart, she is just an amazing person. Because she's hard on the outside, but in the inside, she's made out of gold and roses. And I know that she's not going to leave me alone. I know my phone will still ring. I'll know I'll still be there trying to help her, even when she don't want it. But I want to publicly say, Evelyn, that I appreciate you and I love you with all my heart. And I wouldn't be the woman I am today without my parents and you in public life. And I pray to God all the best for you, and I will be by your side through thick and thin. Thank you for all you've done for our community, because you're right, we just don't represent our district. We represent the city as a whole. And I appreciate all the support and all the encouragement and all the pulling of the ears in reference to decisions in my district, because my district would not be like it is today if I didn't listen to some of her comments and concerns and her experience. And thanks to that and many other people in this room, my district is thriving. It's beautiful. Everyone wants to be a part of it. And I thank God and this community, especially Evelyn, for assisting and guiding me through this journey. I love you.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Thomas?
I first started working with Mayor Pro Tem when I was working in the mayor's office when Mayor Jim Weatherington was there, and Evelyn was the Mayor Pro Tem. We had been told a couple of days ago about this announcement that was coming today, and we were threatened with our lives if we told people, because it was supposed to be a secret until Evelyn got ready to announce it. But Evelyn, I have to tell you that I had to call Mayor Weatherington and tell him. And I did that last night and told him not to tell anybody until after today. But one of the things he said to me was how much he appreciated all the instruction that you gave him. And he said most of the time it was later in the day when he realized you had given him instruction, that you were not preaching to him or whatever, but you gave him the information that he needed to do his job. And he asked that I pass to you his well wishes for what's coming. I too have benefited from the Mayor Pro Tem's counsel. More than once we've talked about issues and said, what do you think? How does it go? What does this mean? What is the background of this? And she's always been up front. She doesn't hold back. You know what she's there for. Now, I will say to Reverend Thompson. One of the things that a Mayor Pro Tem always does is that when there's a Delta that's getting honored, she makes sure that we know that she's a Delta. So you have a responsibility to carry that on as you come. But Evelyn, we wish you well. Everybody, as you can see, does that. And I personally thank you for all of the confidence and instruction and love that you have shown to me during my term on council. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilor Barnes?
Evelyn, you are truly a remarkable person, a remarkable woman. Service is the best thing that you can ever do for any person, but for you to give 30 years of your life to the citizens of Columbus through many of the difficult times and difficult decisions that this community, this government has had to go through. You've been a part of it. 30 years, that's generations. And I personally, speaking personally, I want to thank you for the times you've had to call me and tell me things that I did not want, that I needed to hear, not particularly wanted to hear. But no, you have to be wise to understand what a person has gone through. And when I got to council, you gave me a lot of good advice that kept me on, and I realized that I'm a very strong-willed person, but I'm not stupid. And I realized the advice that you gave me was very good, and I want to thank you personally for myself and for the Barnes family. I know you know Janie and whatever. But just to think about the years of service, and a lot of people say, you know, this is a part-time position. There's nothing part-time about this at all. And can I get an amen from the other members of council? There's nothing part-time about this at all. And you're carrying the responsibilities, because whenever anyone reposes trust and confidence in you to vote for you, and you've had that for 30 years, and I just want to thank you so much for your counsel and for your service to this community, Evelyn. And you want to know something, Evelyn? You're always going to be a part of this government because your stamp is on it. God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Councilor House?
Mayor Pro Tem, I just want to take a moment and thank you for your hard work. Watching the video, made it clear how much Columbus has changed for the better. And you've been a critical piece of making that happen. So thank you for your leadership. Just last week, I was with a large group of captains out at Fort Benning. And every one of them I talked to, and I talked to at least 20 face-to-face. And they're visitors, because they're only here for a few months, this group I was with. And to a man and a woman, because they were both there, they all commented how much Columbus had changed in a positive way from when they were lieutenants to when they're now captains. And much of that falls to you, your leadership, your participation in everything that's gone on here for so long. So thank you very much for that. And to future Councilor Thompson, you have large shoes to fill, but knowing you, I am certain that you will jump in here and make a difference. So thank you for being willing to serve.
Thank you. Councilor Davis?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Evelyn, we love you. We're going to miss you and know that you've served the city of Columbus well. And you and I, we've served together for 5 mayors. And I know there's some times you wish you were on the other side of the table, but I appreciate all the little conversations we've had over time. It really means a lot. The one thing, I think life's a lesson. You learn as you go. You never stop learning. You shouldn't stop learning. And the one lesson that I've learned from Evelyn that I'll remember every time that I hear her name or think about her, it goes way back when I was a young council member, and we had a topic that it required and demanded some debate. We had to work through it for a little while, and I thought I made some really good points that day. I really did. And anyway, the vote wound up being 9-1. And I was devastated. I didn't know what happened. And I talked to Evelyn. I mean, it was one of those days, and I talked to Evelyn, and Evelyn said, you did the right thing. And I said, it was 9-1, you know, I feel like a Lone Ranger in this. And she says, you'll never go wrong if you do what you think is right, and you always speak what's in your heart, whether it's right or wrong, what somebody else thinks, you always speak what you think is right. If you really believe that, you say that, and you'll always be okay, whether it's 9-1 or 10-0 up here. And I'll never forget that. And Evelyn can be proud. She's earned her name. You got a good name. Now, sometimes all you have at the end of the day is your name, a good name. You earn it. Evelyn has served her God well. Evelyn has served her family well. Evelyn has served her friends well. And the next kind of goes together, but she served her community and others well. And a pastor told me that one time, that's the 4 combined with the 5 I just said, some of the most important things in life. And Evelyn has done all those extremely well. When I think of her, that's what I think about. God bless you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Charmaine, I'm sorry. Oh, Miss City Manager first, I guess.
Mayor Pro Tem, I just could not pass this opportunity to say publicly thank you for your service. And I know that when I say that, I speak on behalf of the department heads and the employees of this government. Thank you for your service. And yeah, I must say that I've listened to comments around the table, and I made note of a couple of those comments. Councilor Woodson said, hard on the outside, but on the inside, she's made of gold. I heard Councilor Barnes say that she told me things I needed to hear but did not want to hear. I heard Councilor Thomas say I too benefited from her counsel, and she did not hold back. And then I put a period right there, because the one thing I've learned as city manager dealing with Mayor Pro Tem Pugh is that I never had to guess where she was coming from. And it makes me think about, you know, in the Black Baptist Church, the preacher is sometimes preaching, Pastor Thompson, and someone in the audience will say, make it plain. Make it plain. And so with Mayor Pro Tem Pugh, expect her to make it plain. And that's what she's done for me, and I appreciate that. When you spoke to me, and you said some things to me I didn't want to hear, but I needed to hear, and you made it really, really plain. So thank you for being you, and thank you for your service to this government.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Crabb.
Evelyn, we haven't worked together for very long, but I've been watching you, and you make feisty look dignified. I wish I could have worked with you longer, because I think, like everyone else here, I would have learned so much from you. But fortunately, there are history books, and there are a lot of counselors that have taken advice from you, and they are now giving me advice. So I think that your spirit will stay with us a long, long time through the instructions that you've given us. And I thank you for that, and I thank you for your service.
Thank you, ma'am. I know we have, Councilor Huff.
Just want to take a point of personal privilege that the Congressman is home from Washington, D.C., and if the council would permit, he'd like to have a word.
Absolutely. Congressman Bishop, you want to come up to the podium? Welcome, sir.
Good morning to the mayor, members of the council, and I want to take this very special opportunity to pay tribute to Mayor Pro Tem Evelyn Turner Pugh. We have had a long-standing relationship for many years, but in the interest of brevity, I saw the video, which was very well done, and I've heard the comments, and I have to say that someone said that service is the rent that we pay for the space that we occupy on this earth. Mayor Pro Tem Evelyn Turner Pugh certainly has paid her rent. She has done so much for so many, for so long, that we are all better for her service. And in behalf of the 730,000 people of the 2nd Congressional District, and of course the Columbus Consolidated Government is a part of the 2nd Congressional District, I want to, in behalf of all of those people, present a certificate of special congressional recognition to Mayor Pro Tem Evelyn Turner Pugh in recognition of her outstanding achievement, service, and public distinction on the occasion of the announcement of her retirement after 30 years of service to the people of the Consolidated Government of Columbus, Georgia. Thank you for your service. Thank you for all that you have done to enhance the lives of the people that you have touched.
Well, understanding that we do have a few items of business to conduct, I will ask if there's anybody else that had a brief comment to make. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Maddie Hall, and I'm representing our president, Vernita Harris, Columbus, Georgia Alumni Chapter, Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. Yes, we share all the words that you all shared about our soror, Evelyn Pugh. She is the joy in our sisterhood. She is the power in her voice, and she does have service in her heart. On behalf of, soror, stand up, please. And I will say, Evelyn, among the group here, there are about 6 past presidents, including Ola Mae Washington. So we salute you. We would like to present you with these 12 roses representing our 12 charter members of Columbus, Georgia alumni. On the tag here, it has freedom, some words about freedom. You are free at last, free at last. And we appreciate you, and we will see you at chapter meeting. Thank you.
Good morning.
Welcome, Ms. Chambers.
Evelyn, you know, first of all, let me have the members of the Columbus, Georgia chapter of the Links to please stand. I'm not going to get emotional, but Evelyn, you know that we absolutely love you. We are here to support you, and we simply want to say thank you for your service to this community, and we love you.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to make some comments? Dr. Wright, not to put you on the spot, but since you helped bring her into this, I figured you ought to help get her out.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hadn't intended to say anything because everybody
has said everything that, about Evelyn. We could say a lot more, but Evelyn is Evelyn, and we all love her. I'm just proud to whatever little part I may have played in getting her started in politics. She lasted a lot longer than I did. And Columbus owe her a serious debt of gratitude. She and I talked about this day, and we prayed about it. We discussed it, and she said, well, it's time for me to take care of Evelyn. So Evelyn, take care of Evelyn, and the rest of your friends out here are going to still do what we need to do to help take care of Evelyn. So thank you for your service, and we bless you.
Thank you, sir. All right. Yes, sir. That'd be fine. I'm sure she'll accept it.
Good morning, everyone. And hello to my beautiful, lovely mom. How are you today? Again, didn't plan on saying anything, but obviously had to come up here and say something on behalf of our family. We just want to say we have shared our mother with Columbus, Georgia for the longest. For forever, my name has not been Maurice Turner. It has been Evelyn's son. And it's just been a blessing to be able to share her with all of you all. And the last thing I want to say is we're taking her back now. We'll take her off of y'all hands. You get to go to homecoming games. You get to go see your grandchildren and spend some more time with us. Columbus will definitely miss you. We love you. So she's ours now.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, audience. Evelyn and I kind of grew up together. We're first cousins, but we call ourselves sisters because we're that close. We spent a lot of time together when we were in school. We separated for a while when I went into the military and she decided to be a council person. But we're very close. And I know it's a shock to a lot of people to hear her say sister. We are sisters in spirit. The blood is thick. Evelyn, we love you so much, but we are so grateful for this day that it has arrived for you. Now it's time to take care of Evelyn. She served this city well for so many years, and she is very dedicated, as you all know. But now it's Evelyn's time. She had a slogan during her last campaign, and I know some of you will remember. The person that was running against her at that time was concerned about her health because of her physical abilities. And she made a statement that, I have Parkinson's, but Parkinson's doesn't have me. And that's such a true statement. That's such a true statement because Evelyn's body is going through some situations medically, but her mind is as clear as it has ever been. And she is a very dedicated person in everything that she does. So right now she's going to be dedicated to Evelyn. She's going to take care of Evelyn. Her family's going to help her do that. And she's going to have time to enjoy her grandchildren and anyone else that she wants to spend time with. She'll have so much time to do that now. We love you dearly, Evelyn, and we're so very proud of you as a family of what you have accomplished over the years. And I'm going to stop now so my emotions don't get carried away. But thank you for this day, and thank you for the time that you've served this city so well. And we love you dearly. And we look forward to the time that we're going to have to spend together now. God bless you.
Yes, ma'am. More flowers. All right. We're going to move on and thank all of you on behalf of Mayor Pro Tem. Thank all of you for being here for this really an historic occasion. It means the shifting and changing of an era. And I think it's been a very appropriate expression of gratitude, love, and respect. So thank you all. All right, we're going to move on.
I want to say one thing.
Okay.
Ben Wright.
Ben.
I just want to say, when I was first elected, Ben Wright used to be the reporter at the Ledger that covered council. And Ben was thorough in his covering. He was very fair. He covered all angles of the story. But if he had a question, he'd call and ask you. And I just want to say, Ben, thank you for your coverage. And then you pass along to Chuck. Thank you all both for your coverage over the years. And thank you for coming out this morning.
Yeah. I would like to say a few things, if you all will indulge me just for a couple minutes. Evelyn, I came here today because
it's a futile attempt, I think.
Give us a few minutes.
In just a second.
as I was saying, I came here today because I always remembered the kindness that you showed to me as a young reporter during my first years in the industry. And I remember that we were at one of the same community meetings one day, and we were walking back to our cars that day, and you got there early, so you were parked closer to the building than I was, and you offered to drive me to my car, which was down the road a little bit further. And I said, you didn't even know how I was going to spin the news that we had talked about at a meeting today. But you still realized that you must have seen enough of me that I was a fair person. And ever since that day, I always thought about it, that we knew the difference in being fair and not just spinning something to be spinning it, but to tell the truth and be a part of your community the way you should be. And I always felt that that kindness is something that's natural. And what's natural today, I think all the people came out to see. And I'm going to miss you, and I'm glad that you're finally getting the rest that you want. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. All right, Mr. City Attorney, your agenda, sir.
Okay, Mayor, before I get that look that I've gotten ever since I've sat here with Evelyn since the 80s, I also got that look several times back then. Now we mostly talk about grandchildren, but we are proud of you, Evelyn, and we'll miss you. We still have some work for Evelyn to do before the end of October. We'll go down this list. She's sponsoring a couple of items. First item up, Mayor, we've got the zoning on 2713 Norris Road and the other two pieces for conditional approval. I believe Councilor Crabb wants to make a motion to add some conditions that have been passed around the table.
Councilor?
Thank you.
Hold on just a second. Let them clear the room so that we can hear. Okay.
When this came out of PAC, there were two conditions, and that was a 60-foot undisturbed buffer and no more than 48 units. After listening to the neighbors and having a neighborhood meeting, we have added some more conditions, and so I'd like to read those into the record and make a motion that we accept this. 1, a 60-foot undisturbed buffer shall be maintained along the western property line except for the removal of dead trees during construction as specified by the city arborist. Number 2, no more than 32 units shall be permitted. 3 and 4, a 30-foot minimum buffer shall be maintained on the north and the south property lines. Number 5, lighting shall not be facing towards or into buffer areas. 6, the property subject to rezoning shall be limited to the use as condominiums and/or townhouse units only. 7, the minimum square footage per unit shall be 1,600 square feet. 8, construction hours shall be limited to 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Saturday. 9, no dumpsters allowed except during construction, and no dumping of dumpsters except between the hours of 7 a.m., 7 p.m., Monday through Friday. And 10, the developer shall file a letter of notice of filing declaration of restrictive covenants with the planning department prior to an issuance of a certificate of occupancy. I make a motion that we pass this.
All right, motion and a second to add those stated amendments. Any discussion on any of them? All right, if not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, all those are added.
All right, with that amendment, Mayor, then we can vote on the entire ordinance, including conditions.
I make a motion.
Motion and second to approve as amended. Any discussion? Hearing none, Bruce, would you cue the vote? Councilors, please register yours. And that passes.
And then one other note, Mayor, those conditions will be permanent. I know we've had a few questions about that, but anybody wanting to change a condition will have to apply for rezoning to do that. So,
okay.
Next item is the second reading of property at 2932, 2938, 2944 Macon Road, the Faulkner petition, fast food. It's ready for a vote.
Motion second to approve. Any discussion to the motion? All right, Bruce, please cue it. Councilors, you can register your votes, please. That passes.
All right. Now we have a couple of zoning hearings. The first one is 3025, 3021 Macon Road for general commercial proposal going from neighborhood commercial to GC. Recommended for approval. Proposed use auto truck repair. Mr. Smallman here? Yes. Let's see if there's anybody around the table with a question or in the audience. Councilors? Anybody in the audience want to be heard for or against this petition? All right, it is recommended for approval. We don't see any hands. If there are no other questions.
Mayor Pro Tem was asking where it is on Macon Road.
Where on Macon Road, Mr. Smallman? You want to give a general vicinity?
Yes, ma'am. It's located next to the CVS and kind of across, it's the Smoothie King and then the two buildings beside the Smoothie King, and then the CVS is beside that and the Goo Car Wash behind it and Speakeasy.
So not far from this building here.
Right.
Yeah.
You'll probably see it.
All right. Okay.
That's right, Metro PCS is there, and then there's a T-shirt print shop there.
Any other questions?
Don't, yes, Mayor Pro Tem?
Okay, it's going to be an auto repair shop?
No, ma'am, it's going to be an oil change facility. It just falls under that category. It's going to be a two-lane drive-through oil change.
Okay.
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 All right, we'll vote on that in 2 weeks then. Thank you for being here.
Thank you all.
The next petition is the Allen Development Group. This is 8501 Fortune Road, proposed to be planned unit development with single family going from general commercial. Mr. Allen, he is here. Any questions around the table for Mr. Allen?
Yes, Councilor Davis.
I do have a question. It's not really pertaining to this zoning. It is, but it's not. But I believe at one time, Mayor, you and I had a conversation. I think you and I, when you were a council member, we worked on this about having access. And I don't know if this is part of it, but I'd like staff to look into the Old Town development and just go back to see if there were any commitments made to where there was another way of passage through Old Town from the schools, et cetera, you know, whether it's Fortson Road or Williams Road.
Seems like there was one supposed to be off of Williams connecting to, as another point of ingress and egress for people going to the high school.
It's to American Way by the fire department,
Okay.
by the high school. But they have not made it that far yet, as far as their development. Once it gets there, they will put that road in.
So there is, they did
Yes.
commit to doing that?
Yes.
Okay, I thought so, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Will.
Okay.
Is that all, sir?
That's still to come, but this ordinance, there are just the side, rear, front buffers that are in the ordinance. Any other questions?
Yeah, Councilor Allen?
Sorry, Mayor. Thank you. I would like to ask the clerk if he would list my vote in favor of the 2 second readings. Thank you.
All right.
With that, it doesn't appear to be more
No other questions, no hand? Anybody in the audience want to be heard? The Allen petition? If not, we'll vote on it in 2 weeks at our next regular meeting. Thank y'all for being here. Next item, Mayor, is rezoning 120 20th Street. Parcels listed from residential multifamily 2 to residential office for proposed multifamily. This is Ms. Campbell's petition with the Housing Authority. It's recommended for conditional approval. Any questions? Do have folks here?
Don't appear to be any questions.
All right, anybody in the audience want to be heard? Don't see any other hands. We'll vote on it in 2 weeks. Thank you, sir. Next item, Mayor, we've got several no parking zones we need to have on first reading. I'll go through them quickly. The first one is east and west section of Garrett Road, the north transition of Chatsworth to the south transition of Macon Road. Ms. Newman's here. Any questions on that one?
Councilor Thomas does.
Mr. Mayor, I did ask Ms. Newman if she could bring us a map, because there's 6 of these that are all in the same area, just to show us where all of these are. And I don't know if you were able to put something together. Yeah.
All right. Okay, quickly I'll run through them, Mayor. Next one's Chatsworth Road to the end of Old Brim Road. Then we have Chatsworth Road running south to the end of Osceola Court. We have north-south part of Yarborough Road from the west curve of Garrett Road to the start of the horizontal curve of Yarborough Road. 10th Armored Division Road from the east curve of Technology Parkway. Is that on this map? Okay. And then Chatsworth Road starting from the east curve of Technology Parkway to the south transition of Macon Road. And I think that's all of them.
Councilor Allen?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to ask council to support this request. Engineer Director Donna Newman and I have been talking over the last few weeks, and we've received comments from neighbors and concerns that this has just kind of begun to spill out of control, with more the parking growing and growing and causing concerns in neighborhoods, and not to mention the trash and other things that have been going on in that area. So I would appreciate your support and consideration of passing these no parking areas. The history behind it, and maybe Donna can talk a little more, that
Sure.
we'll just go ahead.
We've had a couple of events happening. One is, we've heard, can't confirm, that the station at the corner of Macon Road and Beaver Run, where you used to have a vacant lot where they parked a lot of the semi-trucks, apparently we think they may have raised their rates, and so some of the trucks have gone to park in front of vacant land in the technology park. And then the other thing is a lot of the industries and businesses out there, such as Pratt Whitney and Blue Cross Blue Shield, have now made their properties no smoking zones. So you have a lot of employees that now drive off of the property for breaks, for lunch, and they're leaving litter behind. And so we're getting a lot of complaints with the overload of parking. We've had reports up to 20 to 30 trucks staging on the public property on the road, and that's creating traffic problems and deliveries for the businesses.
All right. Councilor Allen, anything else?
No, sir, thank you.
Councilor House.
Mayor, thank you. I was just going to ask for an explanation, and I think we've already covered that.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, any further questions on any of these?
All right, we'll bring those back for a vote in 2 weeks. Thank you, Ms. Newman. Don't go too far. We've got one on Uptown Parking Management District, first reading. This would go from a 2-hour limit to a 4-hour limit on First Avenue between 11th Street and 12th Street. Any questions on that?
Councilor Crabb.
I have some questions about this. I know that when John Redmond brought up his assessment of the downtown parking, he had mentioned adding parking meters downtown. And where are we on that? I mean, is this like a alternative to that, or is this like a baby step towards that, or is that we're not thinking about that?
Mr. City Manager, you want to respond to that, please?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, our Metro parking management officials and parking management team are teaming up with the internal auditor, and I do know that they are scheduled to attend a specific conference, and so we're working to pull all of that together, and so we will be coming back to you with presentations and recommendations. And while I mentioned that, we're also going to be coming back to you to follow up on the internal audit on other findings as well. I just want you to know that. But we will be coming back to you with proposals or recommendations regarding parking.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Mayor, I think we had one more hand up on the no parking items for first reading. Did you want to come up on the no parking item, sir?
Yes. I think if I understand, you said you're going to vote on it in 2 weeks on the parking out there concerning Garrett Road and Chatsworth Road.
Sir, if you would state your name and your address.
My name is Jerome Rowe. I live at 9951 Chatsworth Road, Middle Georgia. I didn't understand. I didn't hear our hearing aids turn up. Did y'all say you're just going to vote on it in 2 weeks, or have it already been voted approved for the parking?
It'll be voted on in 2 weeks. Because it's an ordinance change,
Yes.
it has to have 2 hearings. The first one is a public hearing. It gives you an opportunity to provide any input.
Okay. I would just like to concern with the counselors here that you have to see it. My wife is a crime prevention personnel that works with the city out there. People are parking in front of, the neighborhood out there is basically older people. They're parking in front of people's residence at anywhere 12, 1 o'clock at night. We don't know to be enforcing to who's setting up someone's house. It's a rural area. It has become majorly an area that's been forgotten, that the shoulder of the roads is already a soft shoulder. Buses come up and down, they have to come off the road in order to pass each other because the grooves in the road, the city have done everything they could do to help us. They keep bringing out red dirt. They'll fill the grooves in, but if your tire get caught into it, then your car is out of control. But the thing of it is they dumping trash, they dumping leaves, they dump anything you can dump out there, even dogs that fight, the pit bulls. You see them walking up and down the road 1 minute, you come back the next minute, they shot and they killed or they ran over. And I know the city has got a record for is the animal control that comes out and pick up records. You got cars that's being burnt. You got older people We're being forgot because we got rangers that's firing constantly on the Fort Benning side. We got personnel. Now it's taking up our home life, and people been out there for a number of years, and we have no place to feel like that we're safe there when our homes are going to get broken into. We don't get the patrolling of the police force to come down, at least drive down the road. And if you come out there and you take a look at, I know all of you that was probably born and raised in Columbus been on Chatsworth Road before. But now you come out and take a look at it. It's an area that has been forgotten. And I would appreciate a vote of yes for those no parking signs. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Davis?
Mr. City Manager, I want to go back to the one matter. You mentioned the parking meters. I just want to say, and I want to encourage the staff to really look in this, because I believe that you're going to have a challenge with parking in that area with all the new development, et cetera, and probably it was discussed or through earlier conversations at this meeting. I think the solution is going to be parking meters, and you're going to have to somewhat control the parking in that area, especially if you want to direct traffic and move traffic and parking in other areas. You're going to have these meters. It's probably going to be part of the solution. So I'd like to encourage the staff that we start moving in that direction, whatever it's going to take. And that may be the first experiment, maybe, to see if that's going to work, because we've mentioned other cities and what other cities are doing. I think they utilize these devices to control and to find solutions to solve some of their parking issues.
Great. Thank you, sir. Councilor Thomas?
Ms. Newman, if I can, or Mr. City Manager, this is to change on First Avenue between 11th Street and 12th Street. Can you tell me what the parking limit is now between 10th and 11th and 12th and 13th, the two blocks on either, the block on either end?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Counselor, it's 2 hours currently. Now, on the north side of 13th, I believe it's where the Carmike building and in that block, I believe it's 8 hours. Is it 4? It's 4 hours currently, but south of that is where we're talking about moving that to 4 hours.
My concern is too much of a word, I think, for this, but to have one block with 2 hours and the next block with 4 hours and the next block with 2 hours and the next block with, I would like to see us do something uniform through there, and I'm not real hung up on whether it's 2 hours or 4 hours, but I think it would be very confusing for somebody that's looking for a parking place to drive between 10th and 11th, and it's only 2 hours, and to drive then between 11th and 12th, and it's 4 hours, and then 12th and 13th is 2 hours again. So would you just take a look at that and see if it may not be a problem, it may just be my perception, but if you'd take a look at that, I'd appreciate it.
We will.
Councilor Woodson?
Yes, thank you. Now that we're talking about the parking meters, and City Manager, when you bring that information back, I would like that to be during a work session so that we can really dive into it. I'm very happy to hear this, because I remember when I first got elected, I talked about parking meters and I almost got killed, and Evelyn told me, leave it alone. And so I'm really excited that we are, but it's an educational piece to our community. And we do need to see all the ins and outs, because in today's technology, there's so many advances and things that can come of it. So I don't want us to quickly make a hasty decision without having all the facts in front of us. In reference to the hours of parking, those basically have been coming depending on the momentum of that area, and since Uptown is taking off, it is going a little bit further. We need to look at it, I agree, as a whole, but let's keep in mind that we're talking parking meters too. I'm hoping that the parking meters are not just on Broadway, it's throughout the Uptown District. So I want to make sure that we're clear about that. Let's try not to bring any more bits and pieces until we can get to that point, so that the community as a whole, not only the district, but the community as a whole has a clear understanding and know what to expect when they come into the Uptown area.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right.
All right, that's it.
All the parking items will be brought back then in 2 weeks for a vote at the 5:30 meeting. Next item we have up, Mayor Pro Tem is the sponsor on the demolition of various structures. I think we got about 10 to review. If anybody in the audience is here regarding any of these structures, please raise your hand or speak up.
All right, this is kind of our second set of houses that we are bringing forward. One of the good things about when we did the first 25, we pulled about 2 or 3 off the list. This time we did 25, and you see we're only bringing 10. So people are starting to see that we're serious about tearing these structures down and are coming in and doing what they need to do. So that's why we only have 10 at this point. We have a few that had some ownership changes, so we're working through that to get them here, and hopefully the next group of houses we bring in January will have those included. So just quickly, just through our kind of condemned demo, or the yellow ones, those are all the ones we have on the demo list, and the green ones are the property maintenance ones that we're working through. And those are kind of the focus points of the ones we're bringing today. Once again, going back to our demolition process, unfortunately, when we get to any change in ownership or anything like that, we do have to restart and give that person due process. So we had 2 or 3 that fell into that situation. They had been sold since we sent the letters out, and therefore we have to notify the new owner of what's going on and what a part of that process is. So, like I said, right now we're at the first hearing here at council agenda. So we've done everything else before that, and we had one case that I did have to make sure that we had all of our proper paperwork in before we proceeded as well, so that one was also pulled. And I'd like to reiterate this every time we come, is that the city never takes ownership of this property. We're only abating the nuisance, getting rid of the structure that's on the property, but we never take ownership of the property. We then place the demolition lien on the property, and then at that point, the property cannot sell, at that point cannot be sold until that lien has been taken care of. Those are the 10 properties we have going today, and we'll go from there.
Okay, we'll call these out and go through on 933 Charleston Avenue. It's the first one. Martha Graves Richardson, care of Anetha Jenkins. (2924) 10th Street, Gladys Howard, owner. 346 29th Avenue, estate of Hazel Tyler and Lacey Tyler, care of Mary Walton. (667) Parkchester Drive. This is Parkchester B Real Estate Holding Trust. 2327 Hurd Street, Jordan Ezra, owner, care of Betty Lunsford. 1520, is it 9 or 8?
It's 28, I'm sorry. That's
1528 Brazil Avenue, Eddie Miles, owner. 754 Fulton Avenue, Luella Avery McClendon. Don't see anybody. 2302 6th Street, Curtis and Mamie Pitts. And 907 Harbison Drive, Rudy L. Jones. And the last one is 1029 Sheridan Avenue, Rodney Weatherholtz.
That's it.
Okay, if there are not any other questions, we'll bring those back for a demolition vote on second reading.
Okay. Doesn't look like there's any
All right.
questions.
Next item, Mayor, is the resolution. This is a step 2 in the waterworks refunding revenue bonds issue not to exceed $52 million. I know Ms. Slayton is here with their
Motion and a second
group.
to approve it.
Okay.
Any discussion? If not, Bruce, you cue this. Councilors, please register your votes. That passes.
Okay, thank y'all for being here. That's passed. Mayor, we need an executive session at the end of the meeting concerning litigation and security plans, but that's all we have listed.
Very good. All right. Next up is public agenda. Mr. Robert Wright regarding Destination Casino Resort. Dr. Wright, thank you for your patience.
Oh, no problem, Mr. Mayor. I've been impressed with all the progress we're making here.
All right, and sir, you'll have, under the new council rules, you'll have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. I may not even take that long, but anyway, this is my third time down before council in discussion about a destination resort here in Columbus, Georgia. It appears that the idea of gaming, and particularly the casinos, seem to be moving rather rapidly as opposed to the last 2 or 3 times I've been here. The reason I said that is this. One, the governor is not going to stand in the way of a statewide referendum. He basically says that he's against gaming, but he thinks the people need to be able to decide, so he's not standing in the way. I was in a meeting, a Senate hearing about 3 weeks ago, and I talked about COLUMUS and what we could probably do down here. We're the only city in the state that's out front on this whole casino issue, and other people around the state know that this council has already voted 2 times, and the only city in the state that's done that and say, we're interested in doing this. For that, we appreciate. I was in another meeting about 2 weeks ago. In that meeting was Caesars, Wynn, Hard Rock, and 3 or 4 others. So they believe that things are going to happen here in Georgia, and we need to be a part of that. As I listened to what the earlier presenters were talking about with conventions coming in here, when I read the Columbus Ledger a few days ago, said $240-something million last year came into Columbus through visitors. We think with this, if we can do a destination resort casino, we probably could add another $200 million to that. So that's why I'm here today to ask again for a similar resolution that this council passed on 2 other occasions to recommend to our legislative delegation that, that they support a constitutional amendment to allow gaming and casinos to occur in Georgia. Mr. Mayor, that's all I have.
Okay. Any comments or questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem? Oh, I'm sorry, that was Mayor Pro Tem.
I just want to say that the, as part of our legislative agenda, there is an item that's on there that we're going to vote on today, one way or the other. And all we're asking is that the taxpayers have an opportunity to vote.
That's a good point. The resolution that we have passed on 2 other occasions does support a referendum so that Georgians can decide. And it also has in there a caveat that should it pass statewide, in order for a facility to be located in Muscogee County, there would be a local referendum just to make sure that locally the taxpayers support it as well. So you'll see that on the legislative agenda, I think, when the city manager goes through it. Thank you, Dr. Wright. All right, and with that, Mr. City Manager, it's your agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have the legislative agenda and would remind you that we have our Hometown Connection on October 24th at the Trade Center, and we'd ask that members of council put that on their schedules. First on the legislative agenda, we have public utilities and public water system reservoirs. And this comes at a request of Councilor Glenn Davis. And what we're doing here is requesting the legislative delegation consider amendments to or removal of exemptions to the Erosion and Sedimentation Act of 1975 for certain public utilities and public water system reservoirs so as to better protect public water system reservoirs such as Lake Oliver and Columbus. We're further asking the General Assembly and the U.S. Corps of Engineers that they perform additional environmental studies as appropriate, at appropriate intervals to evaluate water flows, water quality, siltation, and sedimentation buildup on riverbanks in the Chattahoochee River above Columbus. And so basically what would happen if these amendments are approved, it would ensure that water quality, water flows, siltation, and sedimentation buildup on riverbanks in Lake Oliver and the Chattahoochee River above Columbus are appropriately monitored. And so that's basically what we're asking here. And Councilor Davis may have some comments since he's their sponsor.
Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. I would like to make, we've had a couple meetings since, one main meeting since to understand this a little better, and I learned a lot. I learned a lot about water levels. I did want to ask the city attorney, I think we might be covering this, but we may want to add water levels in there because I think there's an agreement between the federal government and the local utility, which is Georgia Power. It's not really state, but there's some kind of agreement dealing with water levels. It's like a 3-foot variance. And I know that's a contract. I'm not sure the term or the amount of years on that, but there is a possibility to maybe raise that water level a foot. So you'd play at a different water level, but it would essentially, it doesn't deal with the silt issue and all the rest. It just raises the water level a foot. I didn't know that, but that is true about our river, about Lake Oliver and all, that there's a variation that the local utility, which is Georgia Power, has to operate in. So I'd like to add the water levels too in there to maybe gain support at the state level to when that contract comes back around that we can see if that's a possibility.
And so, City Attorney, if you would assist, we'll make sure.
I apologize, Mr. City Manager, but I just learned this information.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, can we get a motion to amend in the last whereas and the body of the resolution to put in water levels after water flows? Can we just get that motion and we'll amend it?
There's a motion second to amend.
Are you going to put the level numbers or just?
No, just water, they'll study water levels.
Any other questions? All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay.
Okay.
And so, Mr. Mayor, we'll make sure that language gets in there, Mr. City Attorney, before we move forward. Okay, Mr. Mayor, we do need a vote on that.
Yes. Hear a motion on the item?
Second.
Motion second. Any questions? If not, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? That's approved.
Okay, the second item on the legislative agenda, Mr. Mayor, comes to us from the Public Safety Advisory Commission, and it's a request for consolidation of Marshal and Sheriff's Department, knowing that the Marshal has indicated his intent to run for sheriff. There's no incumbent, and so they have taken this issue up. And so the request is that the legislative delegation introduce legislation to consolidate the offices of Marshal of Municipal Court and Sheriff of Muscogee County at the completion of the term of the current Marshal. And so, again, it comes as the Marshal has announced his intention to run for sheriff of Muscogee County in 2020.
Councilor Crabb?
Thank you very much. In our packet, we had meeting minutes from the Public Safety Advisory Committee, and I read in there where Sheriff Donna Tompkins, there was a discussion with the committee and Sheriff Tompkins on consolidation of the sheriff and marshal's office. I'd like to request that if there's any such meetings like that, we include, that the marshal is included also.
Well, let me just say now, the Public Safety Advisory Commission, those are people appointed by this council, and I believe those meetings are open to the public.
They are.
And so anyone can go.
The chairman, Mr. Begley, is here today.
But I don't know Mr. Begley, unfortunately. But you would have to come forward, sir. But those meetings are public meetings, and anyone can go. So just want to make that point. Come to this mic.
Mr. Tyson Begley is the chair of the Citizens Advisory Commission.
Okay.
As the mayor mentioned, my name is Tyson Begley, chair
Nice
of
to
the
meet you.
Public Safety Commission. We invited the marshal. He declined. I did speak with him at lunch to get his input. Actually, I had that before the sheriff came in, just to make sure that I could correctly speak to his points and kind of his views of why it should stay in place. And so I tried to be as inclusive as possible, but he did decline to speak to the commission.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Huff?
My question is this something that we're doing here, or we are going to send it to the legislative body to put as a referendum for the people to vote on?
So the way we work here, obviously we'll vote on each of the items on the legislative agenda separately. And then we, at the Hometown Connection, which is October 24th, we will brief the legislative delegation on what council has passed and is asking that they consider when they go to the 2020 session. And then as they get to the 2020 session, then they would introduce the legislation. Now, my understanding...
The legislation would then be voted on with them to abolish, or the legislation will be to put it up for referendum for the people to decide?
As I understand it, and the city attorney can correct me, it would be local legislation. And local legislation means the members, if a majority of the members of our delegation vote that this is an item that they're going to move forward as local legislation, then they would draft a bill. It would be introduced as local legislation, and the members of the House would vote on it, and it goes over to the Senate as local legislation, and they vote on it, and then it's passed.
Okay, so it would be passed without public referendum?
Well, and that's up to the local legislative body. Again, if they want to introduce a bill that simply consolidates the offices without a referendum, they can do that. But they can also consider other measures, and if they want to introduce a referendum requirement, they can. But that is their discretion. They have the power just to adopt a bill to amend this act to consolidate the offices without a referendum.
Yeah, I don't have a problem one way or the other if the people decide. I just think it's a little bit a big issue for us to say it needs to be abolished from a local level to the state level, and state level to abolish it without hearing from the people. But I just, I guess I need some direction on it, but I'm just trying to understand it, where we talked about it in the past, that it could come up one day, but the discussion was all about it being a referendum to the people. And if the people decide to abolish it, they abolish it, because it has, just reading it, it says that the marshal is outgoing, which I think may have created a loophole as far as abolishing the office without it going back to the people, since there's nobody in the seat. Is that correct?
Well, when you say a loophole...
Meaning that it wouldn't have to go to public referendum because the incumbent is running excuse me, incumbent is running for another position.
Well, it sounds like what I hear from the city attorney is our local delegation can decide to do it with local legislation, or they could ask for a referendum.
So do we have any way of sending that to them with the wording, or that's what we'll be discussing that day?
That wording is not included in here.
Right.
Basically, the way this is worded, they would use their discretion, or they will decide whether it's with or without a local referendum.
Could we request, or?
You can amend this request here.
Okay.
And then you can send it to them like that, and then they could still decide, you know, that they want to do it one way or the other.
Okay. Well, I'd like to request an amendment to say that we would like to have the public referendum added, and if it's abolished at that point, at least the people will have decided what they wanted.
Second.
There's motion second to amend the language in the resolution to state that the council desires that it be placed on referendum. And there's several people on here. Is Councilor Davis, is this to the motion of the amendment?
Either way.
Okay, it's to the amendment?
Well, it is to the amendment. I have a comment on the amendment, and then I've got a further comment, so it's
Okay, well,
your
go ahead
decision.
and make your comment to the amendment, because we need to hear that.
Well, the
before
comment
we
to
vote.
amendment is that I don't know if, you know, that's to be decided, to be determined, so I don't see anything wrong with still just the language of consolidation. That's what we're asking for. I think they'll figure that out. I don't know if we have the ability to ask for a vote. I know we've got a charter review committee coming up. I know this has been discussed in the past. I'm just not sure where. So the question is, does request for a referendum really enter into play here?
Say that again. Does the request for referendum what now?
Enter into play with what we're asking to do. I think it's to be determined, right? We're asking them to.
Well, I think around this table you could decide that you want a referendum, or you do not want a referendum, or you could take the position we're going to leave it as is and let the delegation decide whether they're going to ask for a referendum or not. I think those are your three options.
Okay, so Mr. City Attorney, help me out now. If that's the request, would it go on the ballot in the upcoming election?
If it'll go to them in the 2020 session, the call to vote, Mr. City Attorney, has to be so many days or months.
If they put a referendum requirement in, it's going to complicate the legislation, and they may delay the consolidation of the offices or deem that it's impractical. You know, it's going to be up to them, because if a referendum requirement goes in, that's going to have to happen in 2020, either in May or July. And whether somebody is going to get on the ballot to run for marshal during that time period, nobody knows, so that could complicate it.
You know,
Well, that's my concern. I'm not really sure on it.
Well, I think what I hear the city attorney saying is, if you ask for a referendum versus letting our delegation introduce as local legislation, then you're not likely, and the city attorney, you can correct me, they're not likely going to be able to do it in a timely manner that would make it take effect or cause it not to be on the ballot in November of 2020. And therefore, people would qualify, they would run, and you would have a marshal, and then you would be trying to do it by taking, while the office has a marshal in it.
It would definitely be cleaner to send to them as written here, and let them decide whether they want a referendum and a delayed effective date or not.
Was the office created by local legislation?
It was.
So it wasn't created by a referendum?
No, the entire court was created by local legislation.
And And it was, yeah.
Well, I guess that's to my point. I think, I would prefer it the way the city attorney has advised and written it here. And that's to the amendment, but
Yeah.
I got further comments, Mayor, at your discretion.
Okay, well, let me get to Councilor Crabb, and then I'll come back to you. Councilor Crabb?
Thank you. With the amendment, I think it gets complicated because the amendment, it would put the referendum on the ballot at the same time. There's people that have announced running for the marshal's department, the marshal's position. And so you'd have, the ballot would say that there's somebody running for the marshal's position and a referendum to alleviate the department, is the way I understand it. And so it would, I don't know how we could do that.
Well, I think it'd make it a lot tougher as a practical matter if they had a referendum requirement in the legislation. But if you leave it to them, they can decide we're going to do it without a referendum, or we're going to do it with a referendum, but we're going to consolidate the offices at a later date. But then you get into, is somebody going to run?
And someone has already announced that they're going to run.
Right.
And that's just one, and there might be others too.
Well, but I think that the big difference is there's no incumbent. You're not booting somebody out of a job, which is pretty distasteful to do. I just think that is I commend the Citizens Public Safety Advisory Committee for taking this on. I mean, this took a little bit of courage to look at it and say, we know the city struggles with efficiency and trying to find ways to economize, and this is something, because of the timing, presented itself, and they took the initiative. So I think they deserve a lot of credit. All right, Councilor Crabb. Councilor Thomas?
There are going to be 3 elections held in 2020. The first one is going to be in March, and that's the presidential primary preference. The second one will be in May, which will be when the nonpartisan offices are up. The third one will be November at the general election. It's my understanding that the marshal election will be November, because the primary is in May, and this is not a nonpartisan position. This is a partisan position, and so it will be in November. If the delegation says a referendum, they're not going to get that done before March. And probably, if the pattern holds as in other things in other years, even if they pass it, the governor is not going to sign it until sometime in April. So that will miss the May election. There's not enough time. So it would be on the ballot at the same time in November that the person persons running for office would be running. So just all of that together seems to me to be, hell, I'm confused now, and I know what's going on. But if we leave it like it is, and at the meeting with the delegation on the 24th, say, we've had this conversation. We think it's important for the referendum to be held, but we have not mandated that you do the referendum, and we can't mandate, I know that, but we've not required that as part of our legislative agenda. That will give them also the time to look at that timeline and look at what's happening and they're all very involved in the community. They know what's going on. They know all of that kind of stuff. And so I would feel more comfortable in leaving it like it is now and asking then the delegation to take into serious consideration the conversation that we're having about a referendum. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, this to the motion? I mean, to the amendment motion?
Yeah, it's on the motion.
Okay, well, I was just trying to stay in order here. All right, Councilor Huff?
Yes, just listening to the discussion and what Councilor Thomas just stated, as long as we can include it in the discussion at our luncheon, for them to explain to me at that time period about whether it can be done or not done, then I'm good with that, and I'll withdraw the motion.
Okay, so motion's withdrawn. Councilor Woodson?
I'll go ahead. If he withdrawn it, I will go ahead and withdraw my second on it. I just want to make sure we're very clear because I understand public safety advisory coming back, and you're right. Thank you. That was a very bold decision for you to do and come forward. But I just want to make sure one thing is that we really let the legislation know, to consider a referendum, let them decide, because this is a very sensitive issue in the community. Because while we sit around here and we're looking at the budget and we're looking at the impact of it, there are citizens out there that really depend on this service. They're really concerned about it. So that is the reason why we were saying put it to the people to vote. But after all the complication and everything that's going on, it's so understandable. But I wanted to go on the record that we did suggest it. But based on the information that's going today, we will let our legislator make that decision on how it should be handled. Many of us around here, listen to our community very highly. Pops always said, bring it to the people. Let the people give their input in it. And that's why I was in favor of the referendum also, because I wanted to be consistent. When it is a major thing that's going to affect people's life, give people the opportunity to make comments of how they felt about it. And people could have voted up or people could have voted down, depending on it, or people's comments on how they felt on it. I understand how it all came to play and how we're looking at it, but I just wanted that to be known. I don't want the public to think that we didn't care about their input. That's my biggest concern there. Because for some people, sometimes people even see us here on Tuesday and people think that's all we do is the time we're here. And it isn't. It has a bigger effect on things that we do. The same thing with the marshal's office, the sheriff's, the police, the mayor's office. People get a perception and really don't know in depth everything that happens in that department, except for the people that live it day by day or the people that experience it. That was the reason why I made the second to the motion, because I wanted the people's voice to be heard. But listening again to all the discussion, I have all the trust in the world that our legislators will do what they feel is best for the people, because they too serve the people. So just wanted that on the record, because I don't want citizens to think we're just making a decision without their input.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, I just want to say that I want to be clear to the citizens listening that if these two offices were combined, the service would not go away. Right. It would still exist. It would just be under the sheriff's office.
Okay. All right. Councilor Crabb, is yours to the amendment's no longer, so okay. Go ahead.
I do ask that you continue to reach out to the marshal. I would like to see us I would like to see it all worked out together. And if this works, you know, the transition, I think it would be nice to see everybody working together on this transition.
And I'll continue to do that. I try to incorporate his feedback in the write-up. So some of his concerns that he expressed, I tried to explain how they would be covered or how any potential risk could be mitigated. So we try to incorporate all of his feedback already, but I will continue to reach out to him and try to get some more detailed feedback.
Okay, thanks. I just think that he deserves the respect of it at least being at the table.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate you inviting them, though. I know you covered all your bases. Councilor Davis, you have
Yes,
some other
I just want to
comments.
commend the Public Safety Advisory Board for taking this on, and I'll tell you, I've been for this matter and support this matter for a long time now. I think it's time. I think it's the right time in our community. I'm hearing a lot of conversation out in the community about why are we not utilizing our resources better. And the way I look at this, this is clearly a business decision, the way I look at it. And, you know, and just a consolidation from what I'm seeing and dealing with the budgets and all from this angle, I'm looking at $275,000 to $300,000 in savings. And it's not about personalities or anything like that. It's more about a business decision, and I say that from a standpoint, we're not losing services, okay? It's the consolidation of services to try to find a more cost-effective, a more efficient way to run the operation. Services will be the same or even better. And I think Mr. City Manager says it all the time, we're at the point now where we're finding out we've got to do more with little. And, you know, let's just don't, this may be the micro of a matter, but when you look at the macro, soon this council or future councils are going to be forced or faced with the challenge of finding out how to utilize financial resources, revenue, and employment, or the services who are provided by the fine people of our public safety. There's no other way to do it. You can't keep doing with less people and less revenue. You're going to have to find a way to consolidate. That's the only option. So we're talking in the right context here and doing the right thing. And that's just the nuts and bolts of it, is we got to do that because we're being forced to do that. We see that in public safety across the board. So the former mayor used to talk about duplicative services and all, but, you know, this is an area that, you know, it's somewhat common sense and wise to consolidate your resources. But we've got a manager over there, and he'll tell you that those are some of the only options you have. And I don't see people, you're not cutting people or the people who provide the services, maybe a couple positions here and there, but you're trying to utilize your resources and your manpower and your public safety. When I say manpower, I mean both the men and women, or employment, your labor model in a more efficient manner. And I think we got an opportunity here.
All right, thank you. Councilor Woodson?
Yes, I just want to clarify something, because I keep hearing that the service is not going to be provided. That's not what I intended to say or say. We know the service will continue. By law, it has to continue. Some of the comments I've received was that they're concerned that it will go to the services that they're receiving through the marshal's office will go through a lower level because of shortage of manpower. That was one of the concerns I heard. It wasn't, we all know the service is not going to go away. Some of the concerns that was brought to my attention by citizens was that use that facility quite often. So I just want to make that clear. No one's saying that it's going to go away. We know it's not going to go away. Just some concerns of what level would those services be available with a shortage in the sheriff's department. That was it. And that's why I'm saying, you know, but the legislator's going to make that decision. Whether it goes away or it goes to a referendum, it's not us. Our job is to bring the points, to let the people's voice be heard. What goes on besides that is differently. I'm really happy to hear about the future council members that are coming in. Hopefully with the decisions we're making, especially the decision we made today with development in our community, our budget will increase, because as these abatements that we're doing for 5 and 10 years to help incentive businesses and development in Columbus, when that is ended, all that funding will be coming back to the city, just like that 30-year contract we have that, thank God, is coming to an end. Now that will bring more money and we can make a better decision and not do another 30-year contract with anyone that provides services to the community. But I just want to be clear on that. No one's saying that the service will go away. And I appreciate what you're doing.
And if I can respond.
Yes.
We understand the financial piece of it. We saw this as a way to improve the service to the citizens. By having one collective pool of resources doing the same service, I think just from a common sense and mathematical viewpoint, it should be more efficient. The services should be faster, and the force should be more efficient as they cover different areas. So we think the service will improve as part of this consolidation.
And I'm glad you made that comment, because those listening that ask me, hey, bring this point across, they will hear what you're saying now. Instead of them thinking that the service will be less, you're feeling that with the study you did, the services will be better. And that's important. That's the whole subject about here, is to bring points up, to have decision, to have clarification, and let the public hear. So I appreciate you making those comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Councilor Crabb?
Thank you. Well, as a property manager, I use the services for evictions of both the Sheriff's Department and the Marshal's Department. And I find them both to be run very well. But I do see some redundancy, of having to choose between one or the other in it. So I can see that consolidation in that situation could be a positive thing.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Huff?
My question is, my understanding is the fees are different in the two entities. So will there be an averaging of the fees, or will just all the fees at the marshal level be increased to where they are at the sheriff's office?
And let me just respond to that. That will be something that will be driven by the sheriff, the person in office, if they're consolidated. And of course, all those things come through the budget process. And so you do have a say or hand in that.
Yeah, but I'm saying they already have theirs set.
I understand. And I'm saying...
I don't see them reducing.
Well, they could if you say so.
Because we're strapped for money to run this government, so I don't see them reducing. I was just wondering if you had a $100 fee. If you had a $100 fee at the sheriff's office and you had a $50 fee at the marshal's office, would it average out to $75? That was my question.
Well, I think, Counselor...
I'm saying for the people who are trying to afford these services, I just want to know that when we finish this, they will be looking at an increase in fees.
Well, or a decrease in fees. I mean, I don't know. And so we would have to let it happen, and I think Councilor Barnes says it often, and I have a knack of saying that the power flows from the people to the government. And so if they get, I mean, just like Parks and Rec fees, you get them coming to stand here and you act on it, and I think that's what will happen there.
Okay. And one other point, there are a lot of fees that are set by local act, by the General Assembly for municipal court, and municipal court is still going to be a body in existence, even if this consolidation happens. So you're going to have the same municipal court and judge and fees unless they're changed, through the process.
Right, exactly.
I'm good. Thanks.
Okay. Councilor Crabb.
The process, now we can choose between the one court or the other, and So sometimes you don't choose it because of the price, but of the situation and the services from one court or the other. And so looking forward to that, I just see them choosing a court, not necessarily, and that will dictate the price and the services. That's the way I see it happening. So I think it would still both exist. It could possibly both exist, but just under one body.
Okay. I think that's the last of the comments.
So, Mr. Mayor, we need a vote.
Is there a motion to approve that? Motion and a second to approve it. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed?
And
All right,
Mr.
that one passes. Mr. Begley, did you have any final comments that you wanted to make?
Just that we try to be very objective with our view. We understand that there's a lot of personal feelings around the marshal office. We have the utmost respect for the marshal, great guy, but try to look at this objectively through the efficiency of the services and the financial reasons. If there were risks, how to mitigate those. So we appreciate your time reading our write-up and appreciate you listening to me today.
And Mr. Begley, thank you for being here, too.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we are a consolidated government, but we still have some lingering areas where we have yet to consolidate. And again, I commend them because they seized on a unique opportunity with no incumbent to be able to move us a little closer towards consolidation in some of these areas. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, number 3, theatrical performance, and this is requested by Councilor Judy Thomas and Executive Director of the River Center for Performing Arts, and she can help me on this one as she sees fit, but we're asking our delegation to support House Bill 347 or similar legislation to amend the law so as to shorten the original performance period from the current 12 months to 18 weeks, reduce the spending threshold from $500,000 to $100,000 in the aggregate during a taxable year, and further clarify parameters that define Tier 1 and Tier 2 counties in said legislation so as to provide additional allowance for the applicable incentive. And basically, legislation would allow us to level the playing field, if you will. And we're asking your approval, Councilor Thomas.
Councilor Thomas.
You are all aware of the incentives that the state gives to the filming industry in Georgia, and this proposal would give similar incentives to theatrical performances. And what it currently, in order for a theatrical performance to get the tax incentives, the performance has to run for a year. Mm-hmm. And it has to have a spending threshold of $500,000 for supplies and equipment, that sort of thing. And the Tier 1, as you might suppose, the Tier 1 city is Atlanta. And so what we're asking for here is to give the theatrical productions a better shot at getting some of these tax incentives, reducing it from 12 months to 18 weeks. Currently, there's only been one production that has met this requirement of 12 months, and that was the production of Hamilton that was at the Fox Theater in Atlanta some time ago. And again, the same thing with the $500,000 and the $100,000. We have had in Columbus 2 production companies, one that came in this year and one that came in last year, that spent 2 to 3 weeks in Columbus putting together their production. And they brought, one of them had 1,000 hotel nights in Columbus. and food and all of that sort of thing. If we could get some of these tax incentive items for productions, the executive director of the River Center, because of the fantastic facility that we have, thinks that we would certainly have at least one a year, if not more than that. And so that's, this legislation last year was introduced, House Bill 347, but it never got completed. And so we're saying let's support it and let's get it completed and let's get these tax credits so that the River Center for the Performing Arts would be one of the facilities where they would come. There are not that many other facilities in Georgia that would meet the Tier 2. There are not that many other theaters that have the capacity that we have and that some other theaters have. And so it just wasn't, they weren't real concerned about this legislation, but we want to be sure that our delegation is. And we had met with the delegation, some of the members of the delegation, and they were supportive of it, but we need to put it on our agenda. Appreciate your vote.
All right, it's ready for a motion. All right, motion and second to approve. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? That passes.
And Mr. Mayor, when others come back, it'd be good to see if they are interested in supporting this, because the more around the table, the better. Number 4, County Special Local Option Sales Tax Maintenance Reserve. And this one comes from our mayor, requesting the legislative delegation consider amendments to the county special purpose local option sales tax imposed by Part 1 of Article 3 to allow consolidated governments to expend up to 5% of the tax levied to be spent for the future maintenance of the capital outlay projects approved by the referendum levying the tax. And so.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. To the motion, Councilor Thomas.
Mr. City Manager, occasionally when we propose legislation that is only applicable to consolidated governments, I have heard some of our delegations say that's difficult to get passed because it doesn't apply to everybody. Is that any kind of a concern in this one, that it would be limited to consolidated governments and not to other entities?
I don't think so, and I've heard just the opposite too, that when it's consolidated governments, it's easier because you're not dealing with 159 counties, you're dealing with 7 consolidated governments, so you're dealing with 7 different legislative delegations to say we'll sign on to it as our consolidated government, and when they all agree, it seems to be easier, is what I hear.
Okay.
So I'm not concerned about that.
And Councilor, we actually proposed it to be across all counties, anybody asking for a SPLOST, and that the recommendation came back that if we limited it to consolidated governments, it would have a better chance of passing.
Good.
Because if it got to be on the radar screen of some of the other counties, they could try to remove.
Well, the difficulty if you do it with every county is that, if there are 10 cities in one county, they actually have to go to court to fight over what portion of the penny they're going to get. And so you can imagine if they got to go to court and fight over the portion of the penny and then what portion of the 5% they're going to get, it complicates it.
I just didn't want to include the word consolidated if that was going to throw any kind of a wrench into this, because I think this is absolutely one of the things that we ought to be pushing.
One more comment on that. This particular state law, this is a good fit because there's already one subsection on consolidated governments that allow the tax to run on for an undetermined period of time until you collect a certain amount of money.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So there is a motion and a second. Any further questions? If not, those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes.
The next one, Mayor, comes at the request of Councilor Jerry Pop Barnes, prevent financial abuse of senior citizens, asking that they introduce legislation similar to that passed in the state of Tennessee to assist banks, credit unions, and other financial institutions in fighting financial abuse of senior citizens. And so we're asking your approval.
Councilor Barnes.
This
Motion and
comment.
second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. Still go ahead.
Yes, sir. Okay. We're good now?
You good?
Okay. It comes as no news just how many senior citizens are preyed upon. And I belong to a number of national organizations. If we look at this figure in 2017, 1.7 billion, as many seniors, and I tried to get the stats more current, but I can guarantee it's probably double that. What I forwarded it to the legislation to our city attorney. It gives us more teeth. It gives the banks and lending institutions, credit unions, more teeth to recognize what's happening with the bank accounts of some of the seniors, where individuals may get their permission to withdraw funding out. And they've gotten so slick, they do it over a protracted period of time, that it just whittles the finances of a lot of the seniors. So this legislation, if passed by the state, will give teeth to the financial institutions to better protect the senior population.
Very good. And it has been properly moved and seconded. Any other questions or discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes.
Mr. Mayor, number 6 on my agenda is preemption of local building design standards. And it comes from, I attended a meeting last week with the Georgia Municipal Association, so I've asked that this be added on and in support of Georgia Municipal Association. But requesting that
There's a motion and a second to approve. Mayor Pro Tem made the motion. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's number 6.
All right.
I don't know if they voted.
We didn't vote yet. I didn't know if you wanted to finish some comments or.
No, it has to do with building design standards and home rule. Let the locals decide.
All right. Any other questions or discussion? All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We'll assume that one spoke for all. That's approved. I know you did. Councilor House.
Mr. Mayor, I think I may have missed the vote for the theatrical performance. I would like to record that as a positive for that.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. And I'm trying to think. Councilor Davis, did you register your vote? You don't need to register it now, but on. Okay.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, number 7 on my agenda, casino gaming referendum, and you heard Mr. Wright speak about this on public agenda.
Moved, there's a motion to approve, motion and a second. Any questions or discussion on that item? All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Oh, one opposed. Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
All those opposed?
2.
Passes.
Next, I've got personal care homes, and this comes from Councilor Davis, these next 2. The first one is prompt notification of local authorities upon licensing, and the second one is minimum staffing requirement. And I'll just put them out there together, but yeah.
All right, there's a motion. Motion and a second. To the motion, Councilor Davis.
We can go ahead and vote and all.
All right, any other questions? If not, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? And it passes.
Okay, Mayor, that...
I'm sorry, Mr. City Manager, you finished?
No, I was just going to say that concludes the legislative agenda, and I was going to move on.
Okay, I'm working with the city attorney's office now, and in light of the last two we just passed, I'm asking them to look into background checks as well for people employed at these places. There's nothing right now. They're doing research, so we may come back with another one to ask about background checks.
Don't they at the state level have a check?
Councilor Thomas?
Madam Clerk, I would like for my affirmative vote to be registered for items 5 and 6. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. City Manager?
Okay, Mr. Mayor, the third item on my agenda is sanitary sewer easement for Columbus Police Department North Precinct. The city entered a lease agreement with the state of Georgia in 2001 for the old crime lab, and since that time, the facilities have experienced multiple sanitary sewer issues, and it's recommended that the system be replaced and connected to an existing sanitary sewer system located on the property owned by the state of Georgia. And so I'm asking approval to obtain a sanitary sewer easement from the state of Georgia.
Motion and second to approve. Any discussion? All right, please cue it. Counselor, you can register your votes, please. That passes.
Number 4, a memorandum of understanding with the Housing Authority of Columbus for Maricopa Creek flood study. And so I am asking for your approval to enter into an MOU with the Housing Authority to engage the city on-call engineering consultant to perform a flood study for Maricopa Creek. The Housing Authority desires to make substantial improvements to the existing public housing area along Maricopa Creek, and in order to make the changes in accordance with FEMA standards, it's anticipated the entire reach of Maricopa Creek will need to be restudied and mapped, and it is believed to be mutually beneficial to the community for the city and the Housing Authority to partner in the cost of the study. And so we'll be responsible for the cost of engineering study, estimated at $146,150. Housing Authority agreeing to reimburse the city $27,816 plus additional cost of fees associated with their property. I'm asking for your approval.
Is there a motion?
I make the motion.
All right, there is a motion. Do I need a second? Second? Motion and a second. Any discussion or questions? Councilor Thomas?
Mr. City Manager, where is the $146,000 coming from? What account?
Likely the sewer fund.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions? Any further discussion? Please cue it. Council, please register your votes. It's approved.
Mayor, number 5 is the FY20 Local Government Improvement Grant known as LMIG, requesting we're requesting you allow us to submit an application and accept the funds if approved from GDOT.
Motion second to approve. Any questions or discussion? All right, please cue it. Council, register your votes, please.
And that's $2.2 million with a 10% local match.
For resurfacing.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
It passes.
Okay, number 6 is donation of city property to the Georgia Department of Transportation for the I-185 Buena Vista Diversion Diamond interchange that we've talked about so much.
Motion and second to approve. Any questions or discussion? Other than how to drive on a divergent diamond?
All right.
All right, please cue it. There is one question, just a second. Councilor Huff?
Yeah, we were just having a discussion. Is this property the city just owned and donated, or was it eminent domain?
No, this would be property that we own.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, any other questions or discussion? Please cue it. Councilors, enter your votes, please. That's approved.
Well, and Mr. Mayor, let me just go back to the LMIG because staff want me to be very specific that the proposal, the monies for the LMIG is specifically for the Williams Road, Fortune Road roundabout project. We just want to be clear about that. Okay?
Okay.
Clear that.
Any questions from council regarding that? Okay.
Thank you. They're just keeping me straight back
No,
here.
thanks for clarifying.
Yeah. So number 7, there's no cost, no financial obligation, but trying to do business with Google Maps to bring us, make sure that we're in the 21st century.
Motion and a second to approve. Any questions or discussion? All right, please cue it. Register your votes, please. And that passes.
Number 8 is a Hawks Foundation grant. It's a small grant for Parks and Rec, $1,400 for need-based scholarships.
Motion second to approve. Any questions or discussion? Please cue it. Councilors, enter your votes.
Is that Atlanta Hawks?
No, I don't think so. We want more than $1,400 from them.
You know, and while we're on Parks and Rec, I had the pleasure of attending their meeting the other night, the District 3 meeting, and we were named the large agency of the year in District 3.
It is.
We had a number of, is that on your agenda? I didn't know if I was jumping your.
I got the staff behind me that just corrected me. They said it is the Atlanta Hawks.
Oh, it is the Atlanta Hawks?
We need more money, you know?
But anyway,
Sorry, Mayor.
I just want to congratulate Director Browder and her team of dedicated individuals. It was quite an opportunity to sit there and listen to all the things that they do. And a number of our local volunteers were recognized as well. In fact, I can't remember all of them. I know Ms. Llewellyn was recognized. Ms. Director Browder, why don't you take it from here so I don't miss anybody?
Thank you. We appreciate it. And we'll be back to say this in front of
No, I
everybody
know.
else. But yes, Ms. Llewellyn was recognized as a Volunteer of the Year. Ann Truitt, who was a volunteer in our senior section, was recognized. Lauren Chambers, who's with the Mayor Group, was recognized as a special recognition award winner for the district. We had a program that was nominated and selected achievement for being the best program in the district. And then, as the mayor said, yes, our agency was selected as the best agency in our population category.
And Ms. Glisson was?
Yes, and Becky Glisson, who is our deputy director, is the new commissioner for our district as well. So she will come in she's coming in November, so she will come in as our district commissioner, and I also serve on the executive board for the state, and so I'll be going in as vice president in the coming year.
Proud night.
Yes, thank you.
Councilor Huff?
Congratulations to you and your department.
Thank you.
But I wanted you to hear this. For the last 3 or 4 weeks now, I've been a lot of places dealing with a lot of kids. And the kids have been between the ages of 12 and 17, 18. They are so intrigued with the fact that you really care about them. And I just want to congratulate you publicly for your interest in the kids and the future of our community. But they say that you really care, and they're buying in to what you're selling, so please continue.
That's what we want.
Thank you.
That's all we can ask for.
Councilor Woodson, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Holly, I just want to say thank you to you publicly. Councilmember Huff is correct. We're hearing more and more of the great things that Parks and Recs are doing for our children now. Yes, there's a lot of issues in our community, like every other community, but you can feel the change coming. You can feel the hope for the future. You can feel, and I've heard a lot about the summer pass. I had someone, part of the Warriors, Community Warriors, someone had asked me and I directed them to you. And you were able to assist them in that group. And those children really were very grateful. And they think you're a hero because you gave them something for them to do.
Great.
So And since the day you walked in here, you have taken off running. Your leadership, your hard work, your sacrifice, we cannot tell your family enough thank you, because you take from their time to give to the citizens and to your job. And we really appreciate it. It's well-deserved. And I look forward to the day we're going to really acknowledge you and your team.
Thank you so much.
And Becky's been with us forever. She has gone from one area to the another, and she's just amazing. And I think, I know Parks and Rec is her little edge.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Ollie, congratulations.
Thank you.
Let me ask this, the pools. Where are we on trying to get an analysis of the pools done?
As far as the pools go, the analysis is what I brought before council earlier in the spring, and we need to probably revisit that. There's an estimate that we had received to basically go and, as you asked, give us an estimate of what it would take to do or repair the pools. That estimate is about $25,000 to $50,000 per pool. So you multiply that times the 2 pools that we do have that we need to take a look at. And then what I'm hearing, though, is even if they do those estimates for us, they go out and they take a look, they can't promise that they're going to find everything, because the biggest concern is that our issues lay, if you will, they lie underneath the shell of the pools, which is an area that's very difficult for them to pinpoint very specifically. We have had numerous test run, if you will. We've had cameras out there. We've done just about as much as we can do other than to actually tear up the pool, unfortunately. Certainly, we would love to have them back in some form or fashion because we know we need them for the community. But at this point, financially, it's a holdup for us.
Well, and I think, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, hopefully when we hear from the citizens as we go out with a series of 8 different meetings, I hope that's a priority for them. I hope we'll hear from them.
It is in Southeast Columbus.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Barnes?
You've done a marvelous job, and the summer pass is just awesome. But, I have a lot of people asking about the pools, not really that many, but that natatorium, the wisdom that and we got a lot of plaque, as you very well remember. I think Skip was one of the ones that he said voiced that so many people were calling. But you want to know something? The one thing that we did, we made the natatorium so affordable that someone at Green Island Hills can go. But then, you know what I say? I saw a mother, she had her 6 children going to Holly, the natatorium. And on the way in, she said, "Hey, Pop-Ons." I said, and I saw her, I said, "That's the best thing we did." Yes, it is, all the kids. And then we see the youngsters, the schools, bringing the children there for swimming lessons. That really, as a grandfather and great-grandfather, that really makes me feel really good, because that's safety. And so I feel one of the many things that this government has done, when we decided to take that money and invest it in that natatorium, we received a lot of flack. But it warms my heart to see so many other citizens, Holly, that's using it. And you've done a marvelous job in balancing things. And to be quite frank with you, everyone knows this government is clear. They know how we stand fiscally. As far as the pools are concerned, if they have access to the natatorium and everything involved in the natatorium, I think that's something that we need to me personally, put on the back shelf. You understand? We need to be a little fiscally smart with the citizens' money and let everyone enjoy that marvelous natatorium that's accessible in Midtown, center of Columbus, as they're doing. But you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure I meant to get you involved in all that, but I just want to thank you. Congratulations.
That's all right.
We're just really proud of y'all.
Thank you so much.
We're good.
And congratulations. Mr. Mayor, I've got purchases. I've got drug testing supplies and equipment
We have
for account.
one quick thing. I'm sorry. Councilor Garrett.
Move for approval of A through G on expenses unless anyone wants them pulled after the city manager reads them.
All right, are there there's a motion and a second to approve all of the purchases. Does anyone have one they want pulled, huh? Mayor Pro Tem, does anybody want any pulled? If not, then we'll cue it and go ahead and register your votes. But Mr. City Manager, run through those purchases, please.
Got drug testing supplies and equipment for accountability court, $75,000 per year. I've got motorcycle helmet and mic systems for Columbus Police, $22,535, and this will allow them to not have to take their hands off the handlebars in order to use a microphone, and then it's difficult to hear over the noise, so I think this is something good for CPD. C, architecture, engineering services for 2nd Avenue streetscape study. D is repair services for ambulance. E, repair services for fire truck. And F, replacement arena light fixtures for the Civic Center. G, surplus voting equipment. You know, we got to do the new equipment, and so we're going to want to surplus the the old equipment, and we're asking your approval.
All right. So they have all been approved.
Okay, thank you.
We're waiting. I'm sorry, we've got one.
Davis, yeah.
Councilor, there we go.
Okay, and then I've got some updates, and 3 of them, Mayor, and IT is first. I'm going to give him 5.
Do you want to vote for the purchases?
Come on around, IT.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to, you've got 5 to 7 minutes.
Sorry.
You start the timer.
He kind of shake his head.
Council, Honorable Mayor, Mr. City Manager, I'd like to do a brief update, and I will be very brief considering the time. So last time I came before all of council to give an update like this was approximately 5 years ago. And today I'm going to talk about our new 5-year plan, our state of technology since when I got here, cybersecurity, which I know is on your mind, and some staffing issues that we still have. The first recommendation, I'm not going to read them, I'm just going to tell you what they are. The first recommendation is data center. We need to keep our data center up to date. The second one is our WAN and LAN, and that means we need to keep all our buildings connected. Our third recommendation is cybersecurity, which I'll talk a little bit later in the presentation, and this month is Cybersecurity Month, so it's a Cybersecurity Awareness Month, so that's a good that it's in October. Recommendation 4 is implementing a server base, which most of us know is like our cloud technology or non-mainframe technologies. Recommendation 5 is our staffing. You want to keep your IT staffing up to date in the changing world. Recommendation 6 is to talk about all our support and policies, and you know we brought an ordinance to council, what council approved, talking about the new technology procedures and policies, and you need to remain current on that for both cybersecurity and best practices and cost effectiveness if you can maintain a standard. Recommendation 7 is staff training and cross-training to make sure that we have enough people to do all the tasks that we have at hand. Recommendation 8 is our equitable distribution strategy and standards so that when we build new buildings or go in and rewire old buildings or refurbish other things that we have a standard to go by there. And recommendation 9 is automate. It says a data warehouse, data store. Really what that means is we want to automate as much as possible. The more we can automate, the less hands are on the data. The less hands that are on the data, the more accurate it is. And recommendation 10 is to work with government, civic, and private partners to leverage more resources in the community. State of technology in 2014, basically, I'll just say this slide shows that we've improved. We've done some things about 40 times faster. Our speeds are on the internet. Our servers, we have less. Less is good. It's less heat, less electricity, less cost, more efficient, and they're also faster. So we have less physical servers, but they're actually much, much better than the ones we had then. And except for the mainframe, all our systems are running on current or modern equipment and software if they're capable of it. We still have a few systems that run some HVAC systems in some of the buildings that won't run on new equipment, but if it's capable of running on new equipment and new software, it does. In 2014, about 10% of the locations had lands, and now we've kind of tried to connect all of the locations that have people in it. So if it has people working from it, we have it connected one way or another back to the city. And then our computers, we've added about 389 new laptops, about 1,400 over the last 4.5 years. That's about 2/3 of what I'd like to do, but for the most part, we're making headway on the older technology, moving it to new, and that's even in the the workers' hands. So the police, the public safety, the general government, finance, everyone is receiving the court systems, new computers at their desk, and you see them around the room. You see them back here with the assistant, with the directors, the deputy city manager, and you can't go to a meeting now that you don't see people bringing their equipment with them. When I got here, that really didn't exist, so that's kind of where we are trying to move people towards the newer technologies. Newer computers mean basically more productivity, and you can run the current systems. Most of our critical systems have disaster recovery built in them. Some of them don't. For instance, again, I'll talk about the mainframe. The mainframe, we have backups and stuff, but if something would actually happen to the machine, there would be nothing to restore it to. So that's why we're actually, our last project, big project now, the court system is moving the stuff off of the mainframe. And we have enhanced cyber security strategies. Cybersecurity, I can't talk really about what we do except in general. Keep in mind that this is Cybersecurity Month, but if we tell everybody what we're doing, then they have a better way to get in the back door. So we basically have upgraded our firewalls. We've implemented a new email system that has advanced threat protection. We've enhanced the end users, our virus protection on the machines, and we actively monitor the in and out network on the traffic on the network. And people are always trying to really get in, and we try to make sure that they never get in. The biggest hardship with IT is the bad guys only have to be right once, but we have to stop all of the threats. And that makes it very difficult when you think that thousands and thousands of people, including other governments, are trying to break in, and yet they only have to get in once, whereas we have to keep the door shut always, but then let the citizens in when they need to, or let you in to do what you need to do.
And let me just interrupt to say that part of why Forrest is here today and talking about cybersecurity, you know, I have a tendency to go to these meetings and then I hear things and then I call staff and to figure out, are we sure about this? But I was in a meeting, Mayor, you may have been there, and one of the mayors said that they got a call from the FBI, and because outsiders had been operating off of the server, of the city government for some time period, and they didn't know it. So the city is operating on the server, but whoever these other folk are, well, they were on the server too. And so I asked our IT director, how do we know someone else is not operating on our server? And so he goes through all of this stuff, and they urge that you have cybersecurity training on a regular basis so your employees know what to look for and not to respond to certain things that come through on email. And so I wanted to make sure that we are doing cybersecurity training with our employees. I want to make sure we know that someone else is not operating on our server, that we're not going to get a call from the FBI to say, hey, we need to come talk to you. And so I wanted him to put together where we were and where we are and where we're going. And so prior to Forrest coming, of course, we all operate on these mainframes, and if the government center goes down or the mainframe, you know, it puts you out of business. But I think, as far as I can't articulate this, but if we operate on the cloud, you know, we can you help me say that?
Yeah, the cloud is always on, and all you need is internet connection to get to it. So our finance system and our new court system will be cloud-based so that we can actually, if you have an internet connection, it's redundant in the cloud so that we don't actually need on-site stuff.
It's likely not a good day when the FBI pops up on caller ID. Councilor Thomas?
I just have a question. I will say that whenever I've called the department and said, what do I do about this? They walk me through in very simple terms, and I appreciate the simpleness of it. But one of the questions that I always have, just yesterday, for example, I got an email that when I looked at it, I thought, this is not, there's something here. And I don't know if I need to report that to you guys, or is everybody reporting to you? Are you sick and tired of hearing about that email, or what do we do about those kinds of things?
We actually have an email you can forward it to, and I want to make sure I get it right. It's abuse@columusga.org. Yep, so you can forward that to abuse@columusga.gov.
Abuse? Is that what you're saying?
Abuse.
Okay.
abuse@columusga.gov or columusga.org. And then the email people that work for IT will look at that, so.
Oh, good, and so I can quit calling Jeremy and saying, what is it?
I call Jeremy
He might
also.
be the IT people looking at it, but you can keep calling Jeremy and ask him to. We're good with direct calls.
Thank you.
On issues like that. And about the actively monitor in and out, the one that I covered, we literally have someone that a lot of the day, they look at the traffic, they monitor the traffic, because that takes a personal look at it. We have devices that are automated, but it always helps to look because they're getting better and better at spoofing who you are, so we have to get better and better at trying to fight that. We are developing cybersecurity training for the Columbus Consolidated Government that they'll be teaching in the Learning Resource Center. Information technology staff is Criminal Justice Information Services, which is CJIS compliant. You hear about that probably quite a bit. The police officers are, most public safety people are. And the cloud that we use is level 5 DOD. What that means is, simple English, is that's the most secure one that they have right now. We can't promise it everything's secure, but we do use the most secure cloud environment available today. The staffing, since 2014, as you know, I continue to bring job description updates to you, and we send them to UGA or CSU to vet. And we're moving towards decommissioning the mainframe. And the staffing plan for the final phase to be approved and implemented is after the mainframe and Lotus Notes are phased out completely, which we hope is within the next 14 months. Also, staff is encouraged to go to training, and certifications are required for many of the new highly technical jobs. And this is what staff looked like when I got here. This is what it looks like today. And I just made a note. It's not post-mainframe. We're still moving towards decommissioning the mainframe. Once we decommission the mainframe, I'll come back again to council with what do you do when you need to reorganize after you have people that have worked on the mainframe their whole career. And then any questions for me?
Any questions?
Thank you, sir.
You got a question? Hang on just a second. I think Councilor Barnes has one.
Charlie, everyone knows here on council, I'm the last one that, when it comes to understanding all this technological stuff, I'm still a pencil and paper, but I'm educating myself. But I remember when the city manager introduced you when you first came, we had to approve the hire. And I think back here we had a meeting where you were talking about cybersecurity, and you've done a marvelous job. I have gotten somewhat educated, Mr. City Manager, on this, how important it is to be aware of what individuals can access here. You've done a great job in that area. But also, Dr. Toller, that looks nice. You see that gentleman right back there? See, he saw me. So, yeah, Johnson, he decided to grow one. I noticed the stubbles. Keep it, it looks good. As one who's been one for years, keep that, it looks really good.
Thank you, sir. And so, Mr. Mayor, the next two updates are from our inspections and codes. John Hutchison, the first one is on personal care homes, and then he'll talk about short-term vacation rentals. John Hutchison.
I'll try to cut some of these slides short. A lot of them is a lot of verbiage, but we'll update you all on where we stand currently with personal care homes. Just kind of want to update everyone, kind of the changes in regulation that was done already, currently by council, that was approved. Then kind of our data collection, kind of going back to see what's still existing, what's not there, what's active, what's not. And then we kind of have next steps, kind of points of discussion that I did want to talk with you all about to see if we want to, the appetite to adopt these additional regulations we may need for personal care homes. Obviously, April 10th, 2019, our biggest thing when we were with the fire department, Fire EMS is here in the house with us, is just kind of making sure our classifications all met up. We weren't quite sure, you know, we were calling them personal care homes, they were calling them group foster homes, what's this, what's that. So one of our biggest things was to create 2 new zoning uses, which is foster care home and group foster home, and to get rid of the zoning use for personal care home type 3, which is 15 or more. We decided to go ahead and call that institutional housing, and which is already has a zoning section, and we account for that. And foster care home is for 6 or less, and then group foster is for 7 to 15. That's kind of all of that. Personal care homes, now we're designating only for adults. So if it reads personal care home type 1 or 2, it's only for adults. Foster care home, which is the new ordinance, is for 6 or more residents that is classified for juveniles, less than 18 years old. And the group foster home is from 7 to 15. So that's kind of the parameters we've done. So kind of on our use chart there, you can kind of see the first top 2 for personal care home and their uses and where it's allowed or special exceptions. And also for the foster home and group foster home sections where they're allowed and special exceptions allowed for those. Administratively changes, what we've done is we've sorted the, since June of this year, we've kind of gone back to sort the certificate of occupancies, because in our system it's just personal care homes. It doesn't, we don't have it specialized if it's a group foster home. It just, we either have personal care home type 1, 2, or 3. So we're going back through our data that we have to update that information slowly but surely. From any time from now on, we go ahead and put in there if it's youth or adult, and now we actually have it set up in our system where it's a drop down. So it'll say foster care home, group foster home, personal care home type 1, personal care home type 2. So now we, at the front desk, we actually ask now the permit technicians, ask the owner what type of people are being housed. Because that was the biggest question, is a lot of times we didn't know who was going into the property. We didn't know, well, we knew they were either adults or youth, but we didn't know beyond that where they coming from. Are they coming from New Horizons? Are they coming from Child Family Services? Are they coming from DJJ, Department of Juvenile Justice? We didn't know these organizations that they were coming from. So one of our biggest changes is that if the adults are under some type of addiction treatment or any substance abuse, we're moving that out of personal care homes and into transitional homes type 1s. If we get any juveniles that are being brought from juvenile justice, because the definition of a transitional housing, I'll go back, transitional housing type 2 is any individual or juvenile is any under some form of judicial or correctional control. So if we do that from here on, if we know that they're from the Department of Juvenile Justice, we know that they're under some type of judicial control, and they'll be allowed only to be in transitional housing facilities type 2. If we get anybody now, we talk to them up front, we find out that these people are going under any type of therapy, medical care, counselor, any type of substance abuse, we will now put them only in transitional housing type 1. And so those are the uses in those zones that are allowed for transitional type 1 and type 2. So everybody's like, well, what do we do about the ones we already have out there? Yes, ma'am.
Go back to that, Sean.
Yes, ma'am.
So those are not allowed in single family?
That's correct.
Neighborhoods, okay.
So the second part of our information was the data collection. We wanted to go back and verify which ones still existed, which ones we had that were active personal care homes, which ones we had that were active foster care homes. So we pulled everything from our InterGov permitting system. We had special enforcement officer actually go physically to these addresses to check and see if these still existed or did not exist. We got information from Columbus Fire and EMS because they already had them separated as group foster homes. So they already had the separation for us, which helped us put our efforts together. So as of right now, we have 190 current personal care homes. We have 81 that we know for sure that are active, and we have 56 that are inactive. So that leaves us about a gap of 52 or 53 that we're currently investigating to find out if they're still active or not. And that's kind of the map of where those personal care homes all across the city are currently. Second part is the group foster homes. Like I said, when we dealt with Fire and EMS, they were able to go ahead and give us the list of active and inactive they had. So we have 37 that are currently under group foster home, 32 that are active, and we have 5 that are currently inactive.
Excuse me, John. Councilor House?
Just a fast question. As you sort out who is, what kind of home is where, if they were permitted under an incorrect categorization, are you then able to get to that?
We're coming to that. That's kind of, and that's the breakdown of the group foster homes. So that's kind of where we come into the next steps. What we've done administratively, we've worked with the planning department because before they come and get a CO from us, they do have to come in and get a zoning verification form that they're allowed to be in that district. What we're also adding is that same verbiage I just mentioned to you all before. If they're under judicial control, they will be considered a transitional home, and if they're under substance abuse, they will be considered a transitional home type 1 or type 2, depending on the people. So we're trying to preempt that now, so when they get that zoning verification letter, that will be on that letter. So we're working with that verbiage, getting it to the city attorney to make sure that's correct. The next part is we're organizing with Columbus Fire and EMS. Typically, they're yearly foster care home inspections. So when we go out to that home, we can find out who's in that facility, who's operating in that facility, and if it's in the right, correct zone that it needs to be in. And so we also have met with the school district, and they also have talked to us about making sure that the foster care homes and group foster homes, that they're made aware of those homes and where they are, so then they know where these kids are coming from, and they can, work with DFACS and other groups to work that. These are kind of now all of our points of discussion. We wanted to see if there's potential appetite for council to add these things to the restrictions of what we already regulate and add additional regulations. So our first one there is to ask for a background check or a criminal history report. We require it for alcohol licensing, for pawn shop dealers, for taxi cabs, and even for short-term vacation rentals, but we don't have a requirement here locally that we require that for personal care homes. So we would suggest that that needs to be something that's added to the process to also stay in front of that. Also, we're kind of dealing with third-party groups. We actually had a call, Siobhan in here? When we got a call from West Georgia that apparently there was a house that was housing people from West Georgia Medical that was in a neighborhood. So we're going through the process of figuring out how did they get there, how did that process work. We're working with New Horizons to kind of clarify the groups they have and the homes they have, so we know where those people are coming from. We also were thinking of potential to treat personal care homes like we do alcohol licenses. So if we get so many citizen complaints in the neighborhood or so many complaints that we come to council and ask to revoke that license, just like we would revoke an alcohol license at a location that we were dealing with, shootings or things like that, it would be happening that would happen at a restaurant or a bar or something. So we would be interested to see if we wanted to add that as well. So if we got enough citizen complaints, because they may be okay right now, but it may be 2 years from now and they're meeting all our requirements, but there may be some issues, and if we have those documented, we can bring them to council and also present that to say, hey, can we revoke this personal care license because of X many violations within 12 months or a year or however you want to do it.
Excuse me, John. Councilor Thomas.
Mr. Henderson, when you said that we don't do background checks on the personal care and foster care homes, that sort of took me aback. I mean, these people are dealing with children in some cases, or dealing with our citizens that are not, some of them not necessarily as cognizant of what's going on as they should be. Do you know why we didn't have background checks?
The question there is the number. Like I said, DFACS performs background checks on them, but we locally do not have anything. So if DFACS or the organizations that are placing the kids do perform a background check, but we would like to add an additional background check or a criminal history report on our end So therefore, we're made aware if something may have slipped through them, or they may have added somebody new that we don't know of. So I wouldn't say necessarily that they've never done background checks, but through our current process, there is no background check. But they may apply to the state when the children are placed or when the adults are placed. They may go through a background check at that level, but it's never transmitted to us and it's never shared with us, so we don't get that information.
And if you do, if we do authorize background checks, is this on every employee that's in that home?
Yes, anybody who's interacting just like similar to it. Like I said, we've been trying to mirror this very similar to the alcohol license. So anybody who handles alcohol that's at that bar establishment has to have a background check to get what they need to get. And we would like to have the, any employee of that business also be eligible for a background check.
I mean, I serve on the board of the Chattahoochee Council of the Boy Scouts. I had to have a background check to serve on their board. And it would seem to me that if we have people who are particularly dealing with children, you got to have a background check. You got to do that. So I commend you for let's get on with it.
Okay, got a couple of other comments here, John, if you hold on. Councilor House.
I would agree with the background checks, and your list did not include transitional care homes. Maybe it's been an oversight, but I would add that too.
Yes.
For the same reasons.
Councilor Woodson.
I just, excuse me, I agree with the background check too, but I had a question. If the states already do it, can we get a copy from it, or they would have to pay the fee and go through this process?
Yeah, that's why we weren't sure what that that's why I said these are kind of discussions. We hadn't fleshed it all out. If we say, hey, we want to proceed with this, we would then communicate with those organizations to see how their process works and how, if we could acquire it without having to pay double fees, obviously at the state and local, I would be for that. We just don't know that whole process, what that is right now yet.
Okay, because I agree with it, but I just hate for a person have to get paid at the state.
Correct.
Then
And then pay,
there,
that's right.
then us, that's like too many. Or if they can confirm that a background check.
Check was performed, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
This is kind of where we're, like I said, the legal requirements I would probably need some help on, because kind of what Councilor House has asked before is we do this reinspection and asking for the information from who these individuals or who these juveniles or adults that are staying at these locations, and asking what groups do they come from and what areas. I don't know if I have the legal standing per se to do that, because they're not, I don't, that's why I said we've got to continue to investigate a lot of these things, because I don't know if that's, privileged information about who, we don't want to know the exact person. We just need to know the groups that these organizations are coming from. And so if we do find somebody in there that they may have, 6 kids, but they may have 4 of them that are with defects, we have no problem with defects. But if we have 2 in there that may be from DJJ, we're like, that's the problem. But how do we distinguish, you see what I'm saying? I don't know how much information we can ask or request from these organizations to provide us, so we know what that is. But that would be a part of our recheck, is as we're going back, is to confirm who's staying in the facility. Because a lot of times we've talked to a lot of the personal care homes, when they first come in, they have to go through this whole process, chicken before the egg. They have to come through all this process for then the state to even say they're eligible to receive children. But then they don't necessarily always know where those children may be coming from. So we're kind of like, well, the only time we can recheck it, we can allow it as a personal care home to start, and then as we go back for our yearly reinspect, then we can confirm to make sure the people that are in there who's who. So that's kind of where we are on that. And then, like I said, if we were to confirm that, we give them 30 days to get them moved out of that facility, or we would have to shut it down because they would not be able to operate as a transitional housing in the facility. So that's pretty much it.
All right, Councilor Davis.
Yes, thank you, Director Hutchinson. This may have been touched on and may not. I had to take a little bathroom break, but I think I asked earlier, I talked about it was going to be explored and looked into and researched about the background checks, but I see it's in your report, which is great news, but it says that the city can require background checks. So I believe that we don't need to send that to the state, that we can do that here through a local ordinance. The Mayor, I don't know if that was discussed earlier, but I think that's a possibility now.
That's what I said. We're looking into that. I would, like I said, we continue to work with the city attorney Like I said, that's why I kind of put all those as discussion points, because we weren't necessarily sure if council was interested in doing it. Like I
Right.
said, I'm hearing back from the background check, so we'll start to research that to see where we require it.
Yeah.
Like I said, Councilor Woodson brought up a point, if they are doing one at the state level, and then if we can get that information from them before we confirm them to operate at the local level, that'd be fine too. We just have to figure out what that process is and how we can acquire that.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening. I can tell you not at state level. Once I get the license, everything's being done here with these type homes that you're referring to. So I'm kind of shocked that it's not happening, but certainly I think that's just common sense. It needs to happen when you're dealing with these kids. You got to match up the right people with the kids, or else you're asking for trouble.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Thomas?
I will remind you, and I know that some of the other folks in this room were in some of those meetings that we had a couple of months ago about this. Sometimes it's very, very difficult to get information out of the state. It may depend on what my mood is today when you call me, whether or not I'm going to send you that report. Sometimes you get it and sometimes you don't. And so I would not want us to depend on that. That certainly could be a secondary source. But I wouldn't want us to depend on it, because we've had some problems getting information from the state, and we need to make sure that we've got what we need to carry on the business.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
All right, I'll just go to my next presentation.
Yes.
I had back-to-back, so.
Short-term rental.
All right. I'll just quickly go through the definition of a short-term rental. We've been officially past November of 18 with ordinance here locally about how to regulate them and how we would proceed to collect information in permitting process. Short-term vacation rental is an accommodation of transient guests in exchange for compensation for residential dwelling, not to exceed 30 days. Once it gets beyond 30 days, we would treat it like a lease situation. That'd be a private renter, the owner situation, and we're not getting involved in those. Like I said, single-family, multifamily types, not group living, not room and boarding houses, not personal care homes, and nothing like that. This is kind of something that's standing on its own. I want to go through the process because ideally this is where we've had not necessarily the most trouble, but trying to understand with owners how this process works. At first, is you're coming into my department to get a short-term vacation rental permit. Then you apply for your business license. We kind of go back through whatever taxes you need to pay, whether it's OC tax, exercise tax, hotel, motel fees, and then you're considered short-term vacation rental compliant. The permit is available at our office at the Annex downtown, 10th Street. We ask for the applicant owner in 24-hour contact, does get a background check, so they get a background check, a part of this process. And they have to notify us what type of house and the unit that's being rented. We need to know if it's a residential, if it's a condo, accessory dwelling. Some of the older neighborhoods, you know, in Lake Bottom and other things like that, they have accessory dwellings that were existing non-conforming. Those are eligible to be rented out per the short-term vacation rentals. One of the bigger things is we ask for at least $500,000 liability insurance on the property to make sure if anything happens to anybody while they're on site. One of our biggest sticking points with a lot of our owners is that we ask for a floor plan. We need to know how this place is laid out. We don't, you know, we can say that we have every building permitted and we know exactly what construction was done in every house all over Columbus, but that's not quite realistic. But we'd like to believe that they're providing us a floor plan that is mimicking what is on the premises. And we also ask that that's posted on the premises, so in case of emergency, the person who's renting the property knows how to get out. We ask for smoke detectors to be in every bedroom and outside the sleeping areas. Like I said, a lot of the older houses didn't require that. That wasn't a requirement back in the codes then, but we do mandate that. And then if they are renting, they must have a lease from an owner approving the use as a short-term vacation rental unit. A lot of times that's where we come to another sticking point, because sometimes these owners are finding out via Airbnb that their houses are being rented out to someone else. And we're like, well, what, we don't control the Airbnb side or the Vrbo or whoever. We don't control that side for them to take it off. But a lot of these owners are like, well, what can you do? And unfortunately, we don't have the listing power is what that is, because they can post it online, and they weren't the original listing agent. This renter was. So that's a whole nother kind of civil issue that they're trying to clarify. But with us, we at least ask them for the beginning, if they're renting it, that they make sure it's specifically spelled out in the lease that they are allowing them for this use for a short-term vacation rental unit. If we don't see that in the lease, we don't accept it.
Can I ask you a question? Let's say it's not in the lease because they rented the property, let's say 2 years ago, and they decided to, what do you require them?
We make them get us a new lease.
Get a new lease?
Like if we do not see short-term vacation rental in the lease, we do not accept it. We make sure, they've been living there 3, 4, 5 years, but then they come back and they want to all of a sudden become a short-term vacation rental unit. We want to make sure that owner is aware that that's their intended use for that property. So if they bring us a lease, we make sure that if it does not say our permit text, if it doesn't say short-term vacation rental on it, we don't accept it.
Okay. Thank you.
I've got Yvonne here on the business license side in case I stumble over too much of this. But like once they get to us and they get the permit approved through our department, then they have to go to get a business license for a short-term vacation rental unit. The $75 administration fee for the business license, obviously business license and our permit also expire on a yearly basis, so they have to come in and renew. All short-term vacation rentals located in the city of Columbus are subject to obtaining a business license, OCTAC certificate, paying occupation taxes, and hotel, motel, lodging, exercise taxes. So that's kind of what the form looks like when you get from revenue. The occupation tax is imposed upon the gross receipts and due April 1, just similar to any business license issue that we're dealing with. The short-term vacation rentals operating prior to November 18th are responsible for paying back to that. And that's one of the issues we get with is they come see me and they're like, hey, I'm almost ready to be a short-term vacation rental. But if they've been operating since November 18, they go see Yvonne and they owe all these taxes. A lot of them are like, I need to get the money together or try to do what I need to do to repay all that money before they become compliant.
Councilor Thomas?
Mr. Henderson, I need to go back to the permit page. Does the fire department inspect these yearly?
No, we don't. Like I said, what we've done to kind of quell personnel issues and having us all trying to stay in front of these, we make them sign an affidavit. So they have to bring all this information to us. The owner. That's correct, or whoever's renting out the company. So we make that affidavit. Now, if we get a complaint from whoever's rented the property to say, hey, I don't have a smoke detector and we don't have fire extinguishers, we go out there and we say, hey, you signed this attestament telling us that you did, we can revoke their license. So that's kind of how we're doing it at this point. Like I said, we've been working with the fire department. That's why we kind of added those, affidavit items in there for them to approve those things, so we could make sure we stay on top of it.
I was just trying to get in my mind the process for making sure they have the floor plan posted and making sure they have the smoke detectors and that sort of thing. And if the department was inspecting them on a yearly basis or whatever, as they do other businesses, that would be part of it, I would assume. But
correct.
We don't inspect them yearly?
As of right now, like I said, this is honestly, next month will be a whole year that we've actually had an ordinance together. So we're kind of trying to see how many we have, where they are, and trying to then at that point, if we need to, go a step further, we can. So right now, we're just trying to, more or less right now, our biggest thing is collecting everybody who is claiming to be one online and to be able to get them into compliance. And at that point, then we can decide if we need to continue with further inspections.
Is there ever a problem, a legal problem with if the fire department wants to go in and check your bed and breakfast, can they do that?
I don't see why not.
It's probably the city attorney to answer.
So.
Yeah, unless there's some reason they would be involved with the police and need some kind of a warrant, they can certainly request to go in.
So.
I mean, I know that our department is working as hard as they can in all of the areas that they can. But it would seem that there may be some of these that we know are problematic, that we may want to have somebody other than, problematic in these kinds of areas. But I don't know if the department can.
Yeah, I know the fire marshal has some authority to look at any person running a business, but as far as an actual search of premises, you get into something else, but fire
Well,
marshal.
they do have to have a business license, right?
That's correct.
Right.
So does that give them, give the fire marshal
Fire
the
marshal.
That would
authority
give
to
us,
go in?
yes.
Right, he ought to be able to just knock on the door and say, I need to just check the premises.
Yeah, so we have the ability. It's just at this point, we're trying, like I said, we're trying to corral how many we have, the number, who's active, who's inactive, and then we can take further action if we need to do spot checks. I'll kind of explain once we get to kind of our enforcement sections.
And I know
on some
that
of that's what
probably,
we're doing.
99% of our bed and breakfast folks are doing the right thing. But
Now, we've got here, now, I want to make sure, bed and breakfast is a whole separate group. The short-term vacation rental, I don't want to get that confused. That's
Short-term vacation rental, I'm sorry, use the wrong terminology. Thank you.
All right, so business license, so like I mentioned, that's one of the issues, is once they come and get a permit from me and pay the money and pay their background check, potentially going over to revenue and having to pay the OC taxes that have been due since November 18th, if they've been in operation for months, is a concern too. That's right. That's right. So
Can I
once-
ask you a question? Let's say you revoke it, the business license. Is there a time frame for them to come back and renew it, or it's just?
I believe per the
suspended?
ordinance, it's a year. Like if
It's
it
a
is
year.
revoked, they cannot come back and reapply for a year.
They have to wait a year
That's
from
correct.
the year of the
From
violation?
the year, that is correct.
Okay. You back, Mayor?
Once again, excise tax also has to be paid. 8% lodging occupancy is imposed on the rentals. Short-term vacation rentals operating prior to November 18th are responsible for filing from November 18th to the current reporting period. This is our implementation schedule so far. October 10th, that's when council approved the rental ordinance to go into effect. January 1, we finalized our report, our permitting, and kind of our process internally as to how to marshal everyone through the process. We got, for March 18th, we got the first list from the Visitors Bureau from the STR Helper Report, which started to tell us who the non-compliant listings were so we could start proceeding with them. April 2019, we sent notification letters out to the over 150 properties that were in non-compliance. At that point, they got a list. They were sent a letter to not the physical house, because a lot of times the house may only be a unit or the owner that's providing service. But we sent it to the mailing address that was listed online. They got a copy of a letter from us and the process. So they got a copy of the permit, business license, background check, all the information they needed to do to fill out and become code compliant. In June, we ended up going back again once we still had lists that were in non-compliance and started to issue citations. We had about 8 that we were able to actually count on premises, and we gave them to the fourth, actually I think it ended up being the first week of July to come into compliance, and those 8 did. And then as of right now, the little door hanger that's up there with you all, this month we'll be putting these on the physical doors of these properties that are in non-compliance. Still, once again, let them know, once again, they're in non-compliance. A lot of these people are running businesses. So ideally, when they're coming, you say you've got somebody who takes care of the grass, or you've got a maid that comes in and flips the beds, or you've got the person that comes in and washes everything that's in the building before that next group comes in. Hopefully, this might get their attention to let their owner know, hey, they need to come in and get to compliance, because if it's in the mailbox, they don't see that kind of stuff. If we come by and nobody's there, we don't see anything. So hopefully, this door hanger will help get some more of these people into compliance, because these people that do come and maintenance the facilities and maintenance the houses may be able to get that information.
Councilor Woodson?
Yes, I had a question for you, just because I recall hearing the bread and breakfast, and then we have the vacation homes now. How do you categorize a person renting a room? Because I've seen where I'm driving and I've seen for rent a room. How do you control that?
Well, ideally, when we're getting into that, like I said, if we see for rent signs, typically we call and ask. So we can say we're someone else and we just say, hello, you know, you've got a place for rent. And how many days are you selling this? How many days are you operating for? And if they tell us it's 30 days or more, if they're trying to look for a full-term lease or 12 months lease or 18 months lease, that's a private entity and we don't get into those.
Okay.
If they tell us that, yeah, we're using it for Airbnb, then we come by and see them. Those are the easiest ones to get because they're only renting a room, so we can go get them because the person's on site. A lot of these they're renting the whole house, so there's not anybody there physically that's there during the day or we can get a hold of. So that's what we do if we see them out for rent.
Okay, but our requirement, if they're not there, there's someone within 24 hours reachable, correct?
That's correct, but if they haven't yet come to get registered, we don't know who that is.
Right.
So.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so kind of in the enforcement process, we're working with the Visitors Bureau, and they provide us the information with a STR helper, and then we also confirm with the Revenue Division to make sure that we have they made it all the way through the process. Kind of this is our track from May, when we started to get them separated kind of between compliant, new, and non-compliant. And right now, as of September 30th, we have 180 total. We have 111 that are in non-compliance. We have 55 that are permitted, which means they made it through my office and quite not finished to revenue. And then we have 29, I think 30. We had somebody come in last week, didn't we? Yeah, so we have somebody, we right at 30 for actual compliant. So we're going through the processes, and like I said, we have the ones that list that is non-compliant. We're going through those. Those are the ones that'll get these yellow hangers this month. We'll go back through my group, property maintenance inspectors, go through quarterly to go through and check these properties and physically go to each one of the addresses to make sure they're in compliance. Kind of our enforcement issues is we went through the list of all the properties, the mailing addresses, and out of that 180, 32 of those are from out of town. So there's nobody physically here because they have yet to get registered. We don't have that 24-hour contact. We don't have that, we don't have that information on them yet. We just know that they're not physically here. And like I said, that's why we thought about doing the hangers, because if they're operating a business and they are flipping these houses and getting ready for the next person to come in, maybe they'll see this and give us a call because they're not checking the mailbox and that mail is not coming to that address. And once again, many of the owners are operating whole house. So if we go by there, regardless of what time we're going by, nobody's there. We've had a few occasions where we actually got some choice words from the owners because we startled the renters, because the renters were there. We were like, well, we don't know the difference. Here you go. You know, because we're like, listen, we need y'all to get in compliance, and we need to get you, somebody's actually here, so we're going to talk to you and find out what's going on. So we've had a few owners not too happy with us, but we're just letting them know that they're not in compliance and they need to come and get into compliance. And kind of how I mentioned earlier, the past due money owed to revenue. So they may come to me and get everything through codes, but if they go to revenue and they still owe OC tax or excise tax or hotel motel tax, however many months they've been operating, we prefer you to do it from the start so you would know it's anything. You just come in and you pay that $75 and you're ready to go because you haven't started to operate a business. But the people who are operating, they have to make sure they meet all those requirements, and we're recouping the funds since November of 18. So, like I said, I mentioned the hangar, and that's what we're doing this month. Permit renewal, so once again, we're getting to that point because this is a yearly renewal process. So between business license and my department, they will have to come in and get renewed. We're working on getting that renewal package out here next month, so we'll have that out, and we'll go from there.
Councilor House?
How much time do they have to become compliant?
Typically, if we get a hold of you, we'll see you in 2 weeks.
Okay.
So at that point, because we know you've been operating the business,
Okay.
and, you know, at that point, we're just saying, hey, next available court date, and that's the time we get them to come.
Okay, and the plan then is if they don't pay or
That's
whatever,
right. If they come in at that
pull away?
point, we take care of that, and we move on.
Okay, thank you.
Doesn't appear to be more questions. Good updates, though.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. Mr. Mayor, that concludes my agenda.
All right. We'll move on to the clerk. Madam Clerk, if you want to.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I just want to first offer my congratulations to Mayor Pro Tem Evelyn Turner Pugh on her retirement. Throughout the years, I have witnessed her passion and her determination with regards to the matters involving the City of Columbus. And so on behalf of the Clerk of Council's office, I just want to say thank you for your service and all the best to you on your new chapter in life. Thank you. For the clerk's agenda, We have one item of information. It's the Albright, Fortenberry, and Niners audited financial statement and compliance report for the Department of Health. Item number 2 are minutes of various boards to be received.
Motion second to receive the minutes. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? They are received.
Next, we have board appointments for the Animal Control Advisory Board. Jane Dunn was nominated by Councilor Garrett to succeed Timothy Butts, and she may be confirmed.
Move confirmation. Second.
Motion second to confirm is done. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? She's confirmed.
Next, Lindsay Ellis was nominated by Councilor Garrett to succeed Becky Carter. She may be confirmed.
Motion and a second to confirm. Mayor Pro Tem motion, and Councilor Woodson seconded. All those in favor of confirmation of Ms. Ellis, please say aye. Any opposed? All right, she's confirmed.
Next, we have council district seat appointments, the Public Safety Advisory Commission. We have Council District 7, open for nominations. And next, we have council appointments. Any nominations would be listed for the next meeting. We have the Region 6 Regional Advisory Council. Mr. Edward Barnwell has resigned. This is council's appointment. For the Personnel Review Board, we are presenting one vacant seat that is also open for nominations. Next, we have the Tree Board. We have the seat of Candace Wayman. This seat is also open for nominations. For the next meeting, we have upcoming board appointments for the Airport Commission, Convention and Visitors Board of Commissioners, Board of Tax Assessors, Board of Elections and Registration, Personnel Review Board, Recreation Advisory Board, the Medical Center Hospital Authority, and Tree Board. And that's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Next, we will have the public agenda, the upcoming events.
Okay. And the, let me get to
And
it.
that's Ms. Betty Lindsay.
Yeah, Ms. Lindsay, is she here? She did? Well, on her behalf, I say, go get you one of those footlongs. Those things are good. Yeah, it's the Exchange Club of Columbus, you know, the fair used to do. At Winbrook Baptist Church, October 17th through the 19th. You can get you a foot-long hot dog. Treat your staff to lunch. All right, and I think we need a, need a short executive session on litigation
And security plans, but let me say one more thing. Ms. Thompson, Counselor appointee, Ms. Thompson, will you please get with Clerk Davis and she'll coordinate time for you to take an oath before November 1st? All right, thank you.
Okay, well, we need a motion to go into executive session. Again, it's for
Second.
litigation and security plan. Motion and second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, if we could clear the chambers. All right, we are back in regular session. We were in executive session to discuss litigation, potential litigation, and security plans. No votes were taken. We'll entertain a motion. Just one second. Councilor Woodson?
Yes, I want to ask the Finance Director, Angeline. Can you, it's not like tomorrow, but can you do like a spreadsheet or something for me that shows all the abatements and tax exceptions that we have at the time frame and when some of that money will come back? Like, for instance, like the TAP. You know, if there's any of there that are people there already, when does it come off? And then how much money will the city be getting back? Like some of these tax abatements we've done, like for TSIS, AFLAC, all of them. And like today we said, okay, it's a 10-year plan. It's a 5-year plan. And then the funding starts coming to us. I'm curious to see how many of those are almost up and how much money will start coming to us.
I'll get that information from taxes.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Huff?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. City Manager, I asked for the meeting flyer to be put up The community meeting will be tonight for the District 3 at Mount Pilgrim Baptist Church from 6 to 7 concerning changing up the garbage pickup day from Fridays to Tuesday. And that first Tuesday pickup will be October 22nd. So this evening, they will discuss the garbage pickup change day and also the I-185 interchange there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Davis.
Mr. City Manager, we've got a matter that we need to find a solution for.
I turned you off. Push your button again. Unintentional. Apologize.
As I was saying, we got a matter that we need to find a solution. If I need to call for an ordinance, whatever needs to take place, we got to find a way to deal with it. But we've got to me, it's a problem. It reflects our character in our community. But these evictions that are going on, and whoever's responsible, it's got to stop, because you just can't keep looking at this garbage and waste and stuff from the houses that's just thrown out in the front yard or on the sidewalk and look at it for weeks. Somebody's got to address that, and if the landlords need to do it, or there needs to be better communication, whatever it is, we got to figure out a better solution. So I'm going to give the staff an opportunity to figure out, to bring us some options on that, if that's possible. But I've witnessed that in the last 3 weeks in some areas that are major throughways into our city. And just when people see that, or they see it every day, it's not positive, I can tell you that. It's an eyesore, and it's just not a good, it reflects on our character, so somebody's got to be responsible.
We had that very discussion just yesterday, and we're looking at a couple of different options. We'll bring you some ideas back.
Good deal. Thank you, sir.
All right, anything else? Motion to adjourn, I hear second. Yeah, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. All right, we are adjourned.
Sandra?